We are sorry for the interruption. We had a technical glitch. It's fine now. We are good to go. Prof. Phillips?
Okay,
So you have the
much.
floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. This is just suggestions of elements, as we discussed yesterday, in terms of data to collect at the level of the lab. I don't know if I work in the right way. You will correct me, but it is just a suggestion of data. Yes.
Next slide.
So amongst these data, um, the region is important to know. What is the region of the patient? The health district of the patient, the health facility that received the patient, the day of the date of the day is also important. The name of the healthcare personnel requesting their examination, the name of
very much for the time to get
we have that. At this particular meeting, Can you go back to the slides again, Numfo, please? At this particular meeting, I think what we are looking for is what information should the lab report? Because the forms that come with the patient samples, I think that one is for national level and it's for between the lab and the program. But when the analysis is done, what should be reported? I think that is what we should look at. Slide, please go back to the beginning of the slide, please. Yeah, no. For example, this information, I think they are already on the BO1 form, which everyone uses, I hope in Cameroon too. Then, so there is no, unless the country wants to have an electronic reporting, that one is up to the country, but the forms already exist. And so we should not duplicate that. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So this one also exists on the lab request form BO3. So, Ernest, are you not using these forms in Cameroon routinely? Okay.
Yeah, I was saying that we use the BU01 form that already contain all of this information. Recently, we tried to build this on our GHIS2 platform, and we are able to capture this electronically through that platform. And yeah, for the districts that we are implementing the projects in the 2 projects in and the existing treatment centers for Buruli ulcer. Yeah, we can always extend to other districts if surveillance proves that there is Buruli ulcer existing in them.
So,
Well, it's true that we have a form like this that we use, but there are some modifications here that are not on that form. For example, classification, new BU suspected cases. There's nothing like that on the form that's sent to the lab. So if we could also, extract some and add to the form that is currently being used, I think it would be nice to have some information here that are missing on the present form we are using.
Dr. Barugi, do we have this information already on the forms, please? Can you bring it?
Classification?
Yeah, we have the classification.
Well, the one that we are using.
Yeah, we don't have the word relapse, we have recurrence. So we don't use, we decided in Buruli not to use the word relapse, but to use recurrence. And paradoxical reaction, I think that one, I don't know whether it's on the form or it's a modification. Yeah, okay. But otherwise, everything else is on the form. So there are 3 forms. There is a BO1, which is more detailed. It's a patient record form. Then there is the BO2, which is line listing, which is normally a summary that is sent to the national program. Then there is the BO3, which is the lab request form, which should be filled accompanying each sample. Okay, so that has all this information on that form. I don't know, the network is not good for us to project them from the website, but Dr. Barugi, if you can look at them, we can share. Maybe people are not aware what we already have.
Yes, Dr. Kinsley, indeed, I based my work on the BU 003. Yes, but I added some modifications, some proposition suggestions. Yeah.
Back to here, what NOM4 asks all labs to present on their PowerPoints. I think those are the information that we should be looking at to see whether it's sufficient for reporting on regularly every quarter or so on your activity. So can we go back to that? Any of those lab presentations and project the form that is there. Okay. I thought this is the kind of information that we should be collecting and reporting on. The details of the forms, you have them. I don't think we need those details. But for example, every month you go in and key how many tests you did, the positive, and then if it is computerized, it automatically calculate the percentage positivity. So you don't need, and at the end of the year, it can summarize all, and then we know where we stand. What can be done is that the institution, each institution will have to identify one person because they will give the person a username and password so that not everybody can go and enter and change the data. So my question is, would this be sufficient for the network members to report as you do regularly at meetings?
Yeah. I mean, Kingsley, just to add to that, so this is reporting to the network we are concentrating on, isn't it? It's reporting to the network because we get all these reagents and everything. So reporting to have a big overview of what as a network we are doing, isn't it? So the question is whether this is adequate, providing the gross numbers for the network to work with. There are anything? Any suggestions? Yes. Yeah. IG.
I think it is adequate enough because right from the collection center, as Dr. Kinsley rightly said, they bring in the samples with the request form, which has all the details you need, and you now transfer it to your record book. So at the end of every month, you are now requested to report this. So at the end of the year, you have the cumulative. I think this is better. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que s'il y a moyen, on pourrait ajouter les types d'échantillons qui sont collectés, notamment les swabs et les aspirations par aiguille fine. Comme ça permet de voir, puisque avant-hier, il y avait le problème du nombre d'échantillons et du nombre de patients. Donc, si on peut séparer le nombre de patients qui sont testés et le nombre d'échantillons, je pense que c'est une bonne chose. C'est une autre information qu'on pourra ajouter. Et parallèlement, il y a d'autres personnes qui font des projets. Je ne sais pas si c'est important que ces informations puissent être collectées. Bon, d'abord, je ne sais pas si ceux qui font les projets, ils séparent les données des projets par rapport à la surveillance nationale. Parce que dans certains cas, je ne sais pas, c'est comme, ce n'est pas autorisé de reverser les données du projet. Donc, dans ce cas, ça va diluer aussi. Donc, il faut qu'on décide ici, ceux qui font les projets, est-ce qu'on va reverser ces données au niveau des données nationales? Merci.
Just for clarity, when you say project, what do you mean?
Souvent, les études qu'on mène, ça peut être sur un facteur donné. Et c'est vrai que la surveillance, c'est au niveau national, mais vu tout ce qu'on a dit avec les moyens qui existent, on n'arrive pas à couvrir toutes les zones. Donc, voilà qu'un projet peut venir financer une étude dans une zone donnée où on se concentre à avoir vraiment les données fouillées. Mais généralement, au niveau pays, ce n'est pas reversé au programme. Donc, ces données-là, ça va diluer les données qu'on envoie au niveau national. Donc, s'il y a des projets, est-ce que les projets qui vont générer des données peuvent être reversés dans ce rapport qu'on envoie au niveau du réseau?
Mais moi, je ne suis pas sûre qu'on peut faire ça tout le temps. Parce que parfois, les projets de recherche utilisent la même stratégie de recherche active de cas que les programmes nationaux. Du coup, ça sera très difficile, je crois, de pouvoir séparer cette information-là.
Merci. Je voudrais apporter un élément de réponse par rapport à la préoccupation de Dr Maman. Et nous, les études que nous avons commencées, nous n'incluons pas les données de ces études-là dans le rapport final. Quand on reçoit le prélèvement en première position, on peut l'enregistrer comme diagnostic. Là, le tout premier prélèvement analysé peut être mis dans les statistiques. Mais la suite, le suivi dans l'étude, le nombre de prélèvements reçus après pour le même patient n'est pas inclus dans les statistiques générales. C'est un peu ça ma réponse. Maintenant, par rapport au complément du tableau, je ne sais pas si on peut ajouter la date de recueil des prélèvements, la date de réception, la date d'analyse et la date d'envoi des résultats. S'il peut y avoir des colonnes qu'on peut compléter là, ça va être des données un peu complètes. Merci.
So there are, let's be clear. There are
Hello?
some data that the lab should have for the samples they receive. Once they have done the analysis, there are some data that they have to report to higher level. And in that case, we need all the details which you can keep at your lab level, but should not be, you can report in meetings if you want. But if we ask everyone to, then you must have the list of all the patients, the dates, the research sample, all this, whether you do it in Excel or in other forms, that is fine. But now we are talking about data that should go to the coordinating center, and we don't need those details. Those details you are talking about, you use it for your own purpose at the lab level, and also in coordination with the national programs. But I think for reporting at higher levels, we don't need to report on those details. When you come here to present your work, you can also add that information. There's no problem with that. Yeah. I hope I'm clear.
Yes.
All right, so at least we have an idea of the issue about then whether to include the number of samples processed. Will the coordinating center need that? Because you have patients, but do you want to know the number of samples processed, or that is not so important because you are also doing inventory, trying to track how resources are used?
Je pense qu'il est important d'avoir le nombre des échantillons parce que ça nous permet de faire le suivi des réactifs que nous avons fournis au niveau du laboratoire. Donc, je pense que sans vouloir désagréger pour avoir le nombre de patients, les détails des patients, ce qu'on peut faire par rapport aux discussions que nous avons eues, ici, c'est très agrégé, mais au niveau, comme ce sera par mois que nous allons demander les résultats, on peut agréger sur le mois, avoir juste en gros, par exemple, pour janvier, nombre d'échantillons 40, nombre de patients, le nombre et les nombres de positifs. Et donc, comme on a fait là, mais on désagrège juste peut-être en termes d'échantillons.
OK.
On
Allô?
commence âge, sexe, femme,
Allô?
on commence à dire nombre de femmes, nombre de...
Allô?
Ça devient grand, mais nous, au niveau du laboratoire, de garder en termes d'échantillons, je pense.
Allô?
Okay, so I think that answers the question. So basically, that information we have originally is okay, but for the coordinating center for accountability, so they will need the number of samples processed as well, so that they know that it's at least things match up a little bit. Yeah.
Allô? Allô?
I think we need clarity. I'm still not convinced whether these figures represent the number of samples or tests. When you say test, does it mean the number of samples received, number or patients? This I'm not very clear, as I said yesterday. We need better clarity so that everybody can understand it without asking questions. But the way they look now, I don't know whether they are samples or they are patients.
So I think it's clear that we need to provide clarity with that. Basically, how many samples were received? I mean, for COVID, we're doing that. How many were received? How many tests did you do? And then how many patients, the patient results goes into another, so that they are able to track whether the number of samples that the reagents they give you, you're able to use them all adequately or not. So we can create separate roles for that, for the coordinating center. How many samples were received? How many tests were carried out? And then before you give the summary of your results in terms of patients, then it makes it clear. Otherwise, then Sarah is confused. She doesn't know what. So yeah.
I think it's okay like that. Since we are receiving the
Allô, est-ce que je peux intervenir, s'il vous plaît? Allô?
We are saying?
Oui, ok. Oui, donc, en fait, je voudrais intervenir par rapport aux données qui doivent être publiées dans le réseau. Donc, en fait, nous avons eu l'expérience avec COVID, et avec COVID, en temps réel, sinon chaque mois, mais au maximum, nous avions les données en temps réel par rapport au nombre de cas au nombre, donc, nombre de cas, nombre d'échantillons recrutés, nombre de cas positifs, nombre de cas négatifs et nombre de cas guéris. Donc, et cela par rapport aux différentes zones dans lesquelles les prélèvements étaient effectués. Donc, pour le cas du réseau, nous pouvons donner les informations sur les centres médicaux dans lesquels les prélèvements sont effectués et nous pouvons donner le nombre d'échantillons, le nombre de prélèvements effectués, le nombre de positifs et le nombre de négatifs. Et probablement sur la pathologie concernée et le nombre de guéris. Et cela nous permettrait, par exemple, d'avoir une cartographie réelle, peu importe là où on se trouve, parce que nous avons travaillé sur la brucelliose avec une équipe au Sénégal et ils nous avaient fourni une application, une tablette dans laquelle il y avait une application où il y avait déjà un questionnaire bien établi. Et là-dedans, il fallait remplir le centre de prélèvement, le lieu de prélèvement, si possible même avec les coordonnées GPS du centre de prélèvement concerné et avec les informations qui suivent, donc nombre de patients, nombre de positifs, et ainsi de suite. Et là, peu importe là où on se trouve, même un représentant, peu importe là où la personne se trouve, il peut aller même sur la carte et voir en fonction du nombre de cas qu'il y a dans chaque région où la maladie sévit. Donc, voilà un peu, je ne sais pas si je me suis fait comprendre par rapport à ce que je voulais donner comme idée. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion as well. Yeah.
So
let me get that.
this is just a simple mathematics.
Yeah.
You know, we said we pull the samples. For example, even if you collect 3 swab sticks from a patient and you pull it, you do the extraction together. You don't do it in absentia. You do it together. And the only way you could handle it differently is even different tubes is when you collect swab and you go ahead to collect FNA. Now the difference, even with handling tuberculosis, AFB, ab initio, it was spot, early morning spot. In calculation now for patient, it's still 1 patient. But now the label you took is 3 good slides. Then when the concordance was high, about 98%, National Tuberculosis decided that you now do just 1 slide on a patient, which is 1 specimen for also gene expert. So it is still that 1 patient, even if you collect 10 samples. So where I'm looking at it is, if you are, after you carry out the test, for patient, the patient had just 1 result. The patient is 1, it's not 2. Then your result now, you now specify. That's my own take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So you are bringing other sides to the coin. What he's saying is that, okay, although you may have 2 samples coming, you pull the samples into 1 test. So eventually that 1 test is 1 patient. And so saying that you received 20 samples, but then you did 10 tests, comes back to the same thing. But will it help us as a network if, okay, of course, there are possibilities also that in the same patient, you may go back and take another sample on another day and come and run it. If you come and run it, it will still be that same patient, but you would have done more tests than the coordinating center knows, but you reported on 1 patient. Maybe you took 3 or 4 different samples on different days, but there's no way that it shows that you have done that many tests, but then you report on 1 patient.
Yes, on my record book, I will have there's a space there for comment. You write how many times you handle the test.
Okay.
Probably times 2, times 3, depends on what you did.
Okay, so you are saying that rather providing a comment to explain that what you did will rather clarify things rather than confusing the number of samples.
When you now report several reports on a patient, I think it will cause problem.
Let me take Tony's thoughts on this. You are the senior
I
lab
largely
person.
agree with him. I largely agree with him. The normal thing, actually, where you do a number of tests is not the norm. The normal thing that most of us go through is you get 2 samples and then you report as 1. In the case that you get swab and FNA, it's still 1. But then, you see, these are unusual, in quotes, unusual occurrences. There you can have your comments. It's not what happens normally. So in such instances, the comments will suffice in bringing clarity, other than reporting number of tests. That
Okay.
would be,
Okay, so in the comment box, we can have a comment box that will say that for, let's say, for 5 patients, you had to repeat the tests a number of times or whatever to
I think
provide clarity.
that gives you the message is done by
Please,
doing
lab
that.
people. We are becoming too technical.
Becoming too technical.
Yeah.
No. See,
Yeah,
Dr.
you see-
Sarah, that is the only way, because, okay, you can go forward to say, maybe if you want to give the data or how you use your swab sticks, you can say, okay, you disintegrate. But what we are saying, reporting for this, you cannot go to say exactly that I collected. There was a case like that. We collected for just out of, say, let me experiment and see what will happen. Started to collect swab and the other leg, FNA. Do you know that the swab came out to be negative and the FNA was positive, but it's from the same patient. It's 1 patient, not 2. That's where I'm going. But you can go forward to give the report of the number of swab sticks you use at the end of the month, that you use so number of swab stick. But in your comment, you know the ones you repeated and the one it's not, because you cannot give 2 results on 2 patients.
The number of swab you are using. So what we can only do is number of tests, number of patients. Number of tests, number of patients. Because even if you are receiving, because you can have for 1 patient different location. Yeah. Number of tests, number of patients, because you can have 20 tests and 2 patients. Yeah.
All right, so that solves everything. Number of tests, number of patients. We all agree, yes or no? Yes, we agree. So that we end it there. Okay, thank you very much. At least, yes, Baruch here. Sorry.
Je suis très content pour la conclusion finale. C'est sur ça que je voulais intervenir parce que notre objectif principal, c'est les malades et non pas les échantillons. Parce qu'il est très important qu'on puisse voir dans le reportage du laboratoire le nombre de patients. Et ça m'amène à revenir un peu sur la notion de délai de rendu de résultats. Pour le malade, le nombre d'échantillons pris, ça ne l'intéresse pas. Il veut savoir quand est-ce qu'il est pris en charge. Alors, donc, il est important, je suggère, ce n'est pas obligatoire, que le réseau puisse avoir un œil sur le délai de rendu des résultats. Parce que si je suis dans un laboratoire et que j'ai d'autres activités et que je sais que je dois fournir des rapports 1 fois par mois au réseau, le laboratoire peut choisir, cumuler les échantillons, attendre peut-être la veille de ce rapportage et les manipuler et envoyer. Mais si le réseau n'a pas ces informations, pendant ce temps, le malade attend. Donc, je suggère que, au-delà de collecter les résultats, que le réseau aussi ait un rôle de proactivité pour analyser chaque laboratoire, pour voir, parce qu'au finish, on veut savoir quand est-ce que le diagnostic du malade est fait et ce délai, si le laboratoire, si c'est un peu long, le laboratoire peut avoir un rôle proactif, le réseau peut avoir un rôle proactif et intervenir en amont avant que ça ne soit tout ça. Donc ça, c'est une suggestion que ça transparaisse aussi dans le rapport. Voilà, merci.
Okay, Yves, thank you very much. My thinking is that, okay, I'll just a quick, I'll give you the chance, yeah. My thinking is that most of the labs have that information, yes or no? Because when we did the technical audit, they checked on the data on that. I don't know if other labs are not keeping it. But the question is whether we carry that information also to the coordinating center or not. Sarah, you have to tell us whether you are interested in that.
Non, je pense que ça alourdit un peu notre activité de coordination, mais ce que nous avons fait, c'est une information importante de suivi qui n'est pas rapportée ici. Et d'ailleurs, c'était un des points importants au cours de l'évaluation sur site. Sur chaque laboratoire, nous avons rencontré les programmes managers pour se rassurer que les engagements pris par les laboratoires pour le rendu de résultats pour une semaine sont bien mis en place. Donc, je pense qu'on mettra comme action pointe pour les laboratoires un engagement pour rendre les résultats dans un délai d'une semaine tel qu'on avait mis. Mais aussi, il faut savoir que si vous m'apportez qu'un seul échantillon par mois, ça devient très cher et très difficile de faire des analyses. C'est pour ça que nous, on s'accorde en se disant, nous avons besoin, je pense, de 10 échantillons souvent pour lancer les... Donc, le chef de programme sait que s'il a apporté un seul écouvillon, ça risque d'attendre, on communique. Mais s'il a un package où il a fait un truc, il a une douzaine d'échantillons, on accepte de passer sur la plaque sans trop perdre les résultats. Donc, en général, on communique et on encourage. Ce sera mis dans les actions plans parce qu'il faut vraiment que les laboratoires se rapprochent des programmes, comme on l'a dit hier, pour que ce soit les données que nous rapportons à l'OMS, que ce ne soit pas au cours des réunions qu'il y a des échanges où on commence à harmoniser nos données. Si le programme ne se rapproche pas, nous, on va faire le pas vers eux de telle sorte qu'on soit plus proche. Donc, je peux dire ça comme ça. Et on a dit, on va ajouter le nombre de tests et le nombre de patients. Comme ça, on peut avancer.
Okay, so I think we can close the discussion on that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
at this point.
I just want to emphasize again that number of samples, number of patients, sometimes they are not the same. So if in terms of determining resource use, how your resources are being used, if you only report on number of patients, positive, negative, you may not see the details of that. To be good, we have two layers, samples and patients. So when you receive two samples and you round them, I don't know whether this pooling, I'm learning pooling since COVID, pooling. Whether pooling is a normal strategy in labs or it's an exceptional strategy, I don't know. Maybe not everybody is doing pooling. Sometimes you receive one FNA, two swabs. You want to test them separate, yeah?
You pull the swabs.
It's not the same. Okay, all right, okay, okay. Okay, so pooling is a standard method, yeah. Now, coming back to not counting the patient twice, but you can count the samples twice, yeah? Meaning in September, we had a patient, we took the swab, it was negative. Okay, that is reported for the month of September. In October, we repeated the swab, and now it turned out to be positive, let's say. So in terms of patient positivity, you may correct that in terms of non-patients positive, yes, But in terms of sample, you will report the sample for that particular month. Is that so? Yeah, different month. Yeah. Yeah. It's for October. But now it was during October that the patient became positive. So would you then go back and correct for the patient, not the sample, so that you don't count the patient twice? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. September I was negative. October I became positive. In terms of number of patients, it shouldn't change. But would the positive result then, what would you do with the previous one? That's what I'm saying.
So technically and SOP, you had one in September, which was negative, and you repeated the test in October from the same patient is positive. You don't go back again to report, to erase it and say, now that you are having positive in the month, even if it is the next day. They are quite two different things now, because anything can happen. So that result of negative has been there in September. So the one of October is positive. So you don't go back.
Okay. So in the case that you shouldn't report the one patient twice, let's say if it's a quarterly report that you have to give, then we use Excel. So normally these things we see them. We see that we've repeated tests on the same patients a number of times. We see it. You see. So in the instance that one test is negative and then the other is positive, let's say if it's within a quarter of reporting, we use one. So we use the latest one, which is positive. Then that's what we use, so that at each instance we avoid recording two these things, two results. That one is fine. The number of tests is fine, but the patients, so it shouldn't be recorded twice.
If you let's say annual report, that one will give you the range to be able to make sure that even if the patient was tested 10 times, you can summarize into patient to not one. Yeah, but what we are discussing is not a trivial issue. I have seen national programs presenting data on percentage of confirmed cases. And then when I see the lab presentation, I also see that there's no connection between the two. So where are they getting the information that they are presenting, which is different from what the labs are presenting? This is why I'm raising this issue. It's not trivial.
You see, I always like to paint this scenario with a TB test. You cannot tell me that somebody who is positive now and you started giving out drugs, at the end of 2 months, you do what we call follow-up. In that slide, for the patient, you have another slide with a different number. And in TB, when you start giving number from January, you don't stop. It is number 1 from January 1st and it ends 31st December. And that TB patient will have to come 3 times. So you don't count as one again, you keep counting because it's a different activities that happens. That is for AFP.
In terms of patient, you count the same patient 3 times. Yes. Then the TB data is a problem.
Kingsley, so who has the floor? Let's regulate this and try and bring it to, yeah.
S'il vous plaît.
Please.
Merci pour la parole. Au fait, c'est juste pour éclairer l'opinion, parce que nous sommes là pour que les choses qui ne se faisaient pas convenablement dans le passé, nous puissions améliorer. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes aussi là. Moi, je voudrais bien comprendre. Au fait, ce que Kingsley a posé comme question maintenant, il a dit, un patient qui arrive au mois de septembre et qu'on fait les tests, le patient revient négatif. Il arrive au mois d'octobre. Cette fois-là, le résultat est positif. On nous demande les statistiques d'un mois. Au mois de septembre, nous l'avons comptabilisé. Nous avons eu autant de patients et autant de positifs. Au mois d'octobre, nous allons faire aussi la même chose. Il était négatif là-bas, mais comme il s'est présenté au mois d'octobre, nous faisons l'analyse, nous trouvons qu'il est positif. Nous allons le comptabiliser au mois d'octobre comme étant les patients qui étaient là avec un résultat positif. Au fait, moi ici, il y a une confusion que nous pouvons vraiment entrer dans nos têtes, c'est avec la tuberculose. La tuberculose, on sait que quand les patients arrivent pour la première fois, c'est 3 fois dans les temps. Maintenant, c'est 2 fois. 2 échantillons, un malade. Et que ce soit pour les contrôles ou pour les diagnostics. Mais ce n'est pas le cas ici. Le cas ici, c'est vrai, nous savons que quand le malade arrive pour une lésion, nous devons prélever 2. Alors, il faut maintenant voir dans la comptabilité de patients et la comptabilité des tests que nous réalisons. Parce que comme il disait tout à l'heure, que nous ne pouvons pas reculer, nous devons avancer. Comme on nous demande chaque mois de donner le nombre de tests que nous avons réalisés et le nombre de malades que nous avons reçus. Nous devons donner ces statistiques-là. Et au mois d'octobre, nous allons faire aussi la même chose. Là, ça doit être clair. Sinon, on doit nous dire ce que nous devons faire maintenant. Moi, je suis en train de raisonner de cette manière-là. Au mois de septembre, nous avons eu autant de patients, on a réalisé autant de tests. Au mois d'octobre, la même chose. C'est ce que moi, je comprends. Merci.
Okay, Kingsley.
We all understand what we are discussing. Yeah, it's very clear to all. So no more questions.
Yeah, I think we understand what we are discussing. I mean, January, you tested and now the person is negative. February, you tested is positive, but you know that is the same patient who was in January you have tested. You have to report how many patients. You need to report the number of patients. If you want to report how many tests, report the number of tests. I mean, so that then WHO will know that it is 20 patients, positive patients with BU. It doesn't happen often where you repeat samples and then they are tested. Put asterisks by it and provide explanation that this patient, we did test again the next month and it was positive. That's why the number of patients is 20, but the number of tests is maybe more than that. It will just provide clarification for otherwise the discussion will go on and on, but we all understand what we are doing. We want the number of tests, we want the number of patients. You know what you do in the lab, so clarify the one that you did the month before, say that is the same patient, and don't create the impression that there are more patients. And so I think that should solve the problem. Thank you very much. I think we'll close the discussion on that. And I think there are some few thoughts online, but they are all aligned to our conclusion. Some from Estelle, Marion, and others, they are all aligned to our conclusion. So thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. You've all done well. Known for what do we do from here?
Well, I pass to the chair, Dr. Kingsley.
Kingsley, okay.
Also rely on Sarah, who is not here. So so can we?
Time for a break yet?
Yeah, can we take a break? Or I don't know what is outside, whether it's food or it's, so let's take a break, and we will announce when we'll return. Yeah.
The break, the break is for 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes break.
one try. Amami, Miturika, Deba, Weburano, Sabe Pesa, Iswa, Jumakula, only to find your well so dry. It's so dry, dry. Atitia Kume, you broke your promise, and you're not gonna say you either for me. It's someone else who I'm gonna tire me. It's someone else who I'm gonna tire me. Atitia Kume.
So there's remaining 2 big items. So, donne-moi le programme en anglais alors. So we have to move on with the discussion on other priority scheme entities to integrate to our network. And after we have to discuss on the development of collaborative studies. So I think we not spend too much time on the discussion in other priority on scheme entities. Since yesterday, I think we share fruitful discussion. So I will try to summarize what we said yesterday, and so that you can add also your comments, and we will move to the working group session. I will shift in French, sorry. Donc, hier, nous avons eu la présentation sur le PIAN. Nous avons eu la présentation sur la leishmaniose et nous avons eu la présentation sur le mycétome. Nous devons voir donc ensemble les différentes étapes et les NTDs que nous allons, les autres maladies négligées que nous voulons intégrer progressivement dans le réseau. Il y a une maladie qu'on n'a pas beaucoup abordée, c'est la lèpre. Il n'y a pas eu de présentation sur la lèpre. Vous me direz qu'est-ce que vous en pensez, parce que moi, au niveau du programme, au niveau du Cameroun, j'ai la demande de mon programme manager qui souhaite, dans le cadre du suivi, j'avais pris des notes. Excusez-moi. On est un peu en retard.
Everyone put his or her phone in a silent mode, please. Or vibration.
Sorry. Donc, au niveau du programme du Cameroun pour la lèpre, lui souhaite que, c'est une demande qui a été faite au niveau de laboratoire, de pouvoir faire des analyses également. Pour lui, c'est très important pour la recherche des cas, surtout au moment où on veut faire l'arrêt de regarder qu'il n'y ait plus de transmission, de pouvoir aussi avoir les cas contacts avec des swabs nasaux et de regarder les cas contacts familiaux. Donc, c'est une demande qui a été faite et en même temps aussi, si jamais il y a des rechutes, des échecs, de pouvoir voir la résistance. Donc, ça, c'est un aspect qu'on n'a pas abordé, mais que je remets aussi ici parce que c'est aussi une demande. Et je pense que c'est le Bénin qui, au niveau de Pobé, qui fait déjà ces PCR. Donc, si je reviens aux autres maladies, celles que nous avons eues hier, nous avons vu le pian. Donc, la première chose que Kingsley a précisé, c'est que le centre coordonnateur suit la procédure, mais la responsabilité et l'expertise, on s'adosse sur l'expertise du laboratoire ou du groupe qui a l'expertise. Ça veut dire que ce n'est pas le centre coordonnateur ou le laboratoire qui commence aussi à mettre en place le PIAN, mais à chaque maladie, on s'adosse au centre coordonnateur. Donc, on a vu le PIAN hier, il y a un groupe sur le PIAN, il y a un groupe sur, il y a le centre coordonnateur de l'Espagne pour tout ce qui est leishmaniose et il y a un centre coordonnateur OMS aussi pour ce qui est mycétome. D'après les présentations que nous avons eues hier, le premier point sera certainement le PIAN, parce que le PIAN déjà est mis en place et intégré, on va dire, sur les plateformes dans 3 pays déjà, le Cameroun, le Ghana et la Côte d'Ivoire. Même si tous les pays, forcément, n'appuient pas encore le programme, mais les mêmes plateformes sont utilisées. Donc, étape 1, à mon humble avis, ce serait, et le plus facile, c'est le PIAN. Ce qu'il faudrait maintenant, comme j'ai dit hier, c'est que nous, on partage sous la coordination du centre, on partage les procédures, du LABNET parce qu'on souhaite être le plus proche. On capte les procédures qui sont utilisées dans le réseau. Le Cameroun, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana utilisent la même procédure actuellement. Il y a le Togo également qui a une procédure. On met tout ça ensemble. On regarde les réactifs, les équipements que nous avons dans le cadre de LABNET et le centre, nous, on accompagne avec les experts pour évaluer tout ça, aboutir à des résultats qu'on va vous présenter et certainement à une procédure harmonisée. Et une fois que nous avons une procédure harmonisée, on verra donc étape par étape, selon les besoins, selon les financements, comment est-ce que les procédures sont intégrées. Ça, c'est pour le PIAN. Il y a une réflexion, je pense que pour la leishmaniose, je pense que le PIAN peut être le plus aisé. Pour la leishmaniose, il faudra faire un travail encore avec le centre coordonnateur, tel qu'ils ont présenté hier. Il y avait beaucoup de techniques. Nous, on est pour l'instant, pour la PCR en temps réel, parce que c'est les plateformes que nous utilisons. Donc, revoir avec eux leurs procédures, aller avec eux par rapport à ce que nous faisons sur LABNET. Ça va demander beaucoup plus de comparaison parce que d'un pays à l'autre, comme on a vu hier, des fois, nous n'avons pas les mêmes espèces, des fois, nous n'avons pas les mêmes, ce qui veut dire pas exactement les mêmes amorces et tout le reste. Donc, le centre coordonnateur aura pour responsabilité de recontacter le laboratoire de référence en Espagne, de remettre les choses à plat. Je pense qu'au cours des mois à venir, comme je le disais, on aura des réunions intermédiaires en ligne pour à chaque fois évaluer comment nous avançons. Pour le mycétome, le professeur parlait là, moi hier, le mycétome, il faut qu'on retravaille ensemble pour voir vers quel bout, comment on peut commencer. On va remettre les choses à plat, échanger ensemble et revenir progressivement vers vous. Donc, voilà pour moi globalement les premiers éléments, dont en disant que le pian, pour moi, ça peut aller assez rapidement. Donc, numéro 1 sera le pian. Ensuite, pendant ce temps, on travaille avec le centre collaborateur de l'OMS pour voir avec eux comment on peut procéder pour la leishmaniose avec leur expérience. Ils savent déjà quel pays a quelle espèce, comment est-ce qu'on peut avancer. Mais on laissera au centre collaborateur la responsabilité des tests, sauf s'ils ont besoin de nous pour une évaluation. Et enfin, le mycétome. Tout ça peut être fait progressivement en parallèle en fonction des disponibilités des uns et des autres, de l'épidémiologie. Peut-être qu'une fois rentré dans vos pays maintenant, vous allez commencer à avoir les requêtes et puis dans votre tête, vous allez dire, mais je pense au mycétome, je pense au mycétome. Donc, communiquons tous ensemble en fonction des besoins qui se présentent. Moi, j'ai mon programme manager, le chef du programme à côté de moi. Je lui ai déjà dit que tout ce qu'il voit, il m'envoie, même si je dois garder. Donc, on va y travailler. C'est aussi une réunion qui continue à attirer notre attention sur les différents points. Donc, voilà ce que moi, je peux retenir sur cette intégration. Donc, je me soumets à vos commentaires, à vos questions, à vos avis. Et voilà.
I take over the chairmanship now, and you know the now. Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for that overview. Well, before I give the floor, there are two things we can do. One, as you mentioned, if the PCR procedures for yours are ready, it should be formatted or exactly along the one for Buruli, so that the documents, when they appear similar. When we publish them, we can change the color of the cover, but it will look like a series of similar documents with different diseases. We've done this recently for the TPPs for diagnostics, so we can do the same. Second, for the others, they can follow the documents of BU by sharing with them, and then within their own expertise to take the additional burden from the center, using their own expertise and network, develop a similar document, and with, of course, with the involvement of the coordinating center, so that at least the documents, the final documents, are published and put online to make it accessible, not only for member labs here, but anybody, anywhere who wants to. Recently, there was a study, some guys wanting to do a study on a new drug for BU, and as part of the protocol, they wanted the PCR protocol for Buruli. I just sent them the website saying that everything is there. So we could, in parallel, work with all the other diseases mentioned, provided that they have protocols that have been tested and well validated, to finalize them or to develop them along the same line, and get them published online. Their application and implementation is a different ballgame, but at least in the lab, that is confronted with a case of mycetoma can always fall on the resource that is available and follow it to do it, or leishmaniasis, or even for leprosy, PCR. So maybe that's the way we could envisage going. In terms of timeline, I would like that we complete everything by March next year, so that during the Skin NTD meeting, we can provide updates on all the protocols that are ready by then. So I think this will be my comments. Now the floor is open, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sarah, I would like to let you know that we are at the Mycetoma Center are very happy to collaborate with all the members of this network. We are going to share with you our SOPs on diagnosis of mycetoma. We're going to share with you the guidelines for the management of mycetoma as well. And we are very happy at the Mycetoma Center to receive biopsies, specimens to be analyzed and investigated free of charge for everybody sending this material for us. As well as we will be very happy to accommodate technicians, staff from different countries for training at the Mycetoma Center. And if there is some resources, we're very happy to send you some of our technologists to come to different areas for training people on the ground. So just count us there, and we'll be very much willing to help to improve the quality of diagnosis of mycetoma in the region and the network. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. We have Wendy from Netherlands. We have Professor Fahal, and then and his team. So together with the collaborating center, I think you can work with them. They will just guide them, and I'm sure they will do the technical part of the work. Anybody else on this topic? All right. So, Sarah, I think there are no more hands up. So everything is very clear, I guess. Let's work towards March 2023 to have all the protocols, procedures ready, published, and then we can take out from there. Work, but God willing. In Ghana, we say God willing. I don't know whether in French it is the same. God willing.
Excuse me. There's an online comment. That's from Wendy. For mycetoma, it would also be good to establish how many cases there are and what the causative agents there are. That makes it easier to decide which molecular tools for mycetoma need to be implemented where. And she's echoing that she would be willing to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wendy.
Je vais parler en français, comme l'a fait Sarah. Juste un message, tenant compte de l'intervention qui vient de se faire, parce que dans le mycétome, nous avons un sérieux problème de mapping d'abord. Ce qui fait que pour répondre à cette question-là, ce n'est pas tous les pays qui seront en mesure de le faire, de pouvoir dire combien de cas il y a. Alors, nous voulons solliciter que tous les techniciens qui sont ici, des différents pays, parce que je vois dans l'enquête que nous avons faite en décembre de l'année passée, il y a des pays tels que la RDC qui a dit qu'ils ne connaissent pas s'il y a le mycétome ou pas. Donc, les techniciens ici peuvent nous aider en étant sur place, d'entrer en contact avec leur programme de lutte contre les maladies tropicales négligées ainsi que les autorités pour savoir qu'il y a ce besoin de recherche, de savoir s'il y a le mycétome ou pas. D'autres pays tels que le Togo était parmi, le Togo était parmi les pays qui ont dit aussi qu'ils ne savent pas si le mycétome est là ou pas. Tout ça, donc vous pouvez aller déjà être des ambassadeurs parce que c'est vrai que nous, avec le bureau pays, nous faisons ce travail-là pour rechercher l'information, pour accompagner pays par pays, pour que le pays arrive à connaître sa situation et que nous parvenions aussi à avoir une bonne cartographie et passer dans les autres étapes de la stratégie qui amènera à ce qu'il y ait des suspicions et qu'il y ait des cas à amener au laboratoire pour confirmation. Mais la première partie qui concerne l'épidémiologie, la cartographie, est aussi importante, mais que ceux qui ont pris l'information ici puissent rapporter au pays qu'il y a ce travail-là à faire. Merci.
Alors, quand vous aviez envoyé les fiches dans les pays et que les pays ont dit « nous ne savons pas », qu'est-ce qui a été fait? Parce que moi, je suis au Cameroun, j'ai mon programme manager à côté. Même si je lui apporte l'information, il me dira peut-être que pour aller investiguer à tel endroit, il y a des fonds. Est-ce que l'OMS accompagne? Comment vous accompagnez pour que nous, on ait les données? Parce que je suis sûre que même le Cameroun, beaucoup de pays ont dit on ne sait pas. Mais si on reste à on ne sait pas, comment on fait pour que nous qui rentrons, nous sommes disposés au niveau de laboratoire? Professeur Fahal a même dit qu'à la limite, même un échantillon peut être envoyé là-bas, d'abord pour confirmation. Mais même pour avoir cet échantillon, comment on fait?
OK, merci pour cette question qui me permet de clarifier certaines choses. Le Cameroun, pays par pays, le Cameroun avait reconnu qu'il y avait déjà des cas, au moins des cas confirmés, des cas qu'ils auraient déclaré des cas déjà au Cameroun. Ça, c'est la situation du Cameroun. Les autres qui ont dit qu'ils n'ont pas déclaré le cas, tout comme le Cameroun, la première étape serait effectivement de pouvoir considérer que... excusez-moi. OK. Donc, la première étape, telle que nous avons prévu au niveau de l'OMS, effectivement, c'est cette sensibilisation et pays par pays, et il y a des outils. Il y a des outils d'intégration, des outils de sensibilisation qui doivent se mettre en place. Et de pays à pays, on cherchera à pouvoir apporter l'information, les images, pour que, c'est vrai, il n'y a pas encore de financement pour pouvoir parler de que on va faire telle activité de grande envergure de manière isolée. C'est pour cela, par intégration, on va chercher à s'appuyer sur le programme qui existe et qui fonctionne pour passer d'abord l'information et les images afin qu'il y ait cette suspicion. Donc, de prime abord, comme ça, on est dans un plan de 2023 qui va être fait de pays en pays. Une information que je peux vous donner, c'est quoi? Présentement, là, tous les pays qui font leur plan stratégique, on les a poussés déjà à intégrer le mycétome dans leur plan stratégique. Et c'est ça, les étapes, il y a ces étapes-là qui se font et on va voir pays par pays comment contribuer et accompagner au travers toujours du bureau pays, mais surtout avec l'intégration au travers des programmes qui existent déjà, qui sont des programmes de maladies tropicales négligées. À vous.
Merci, docteur Sarah. Merci aussi pour l'apport que le maître vient de parler. Moi, je dis, on veut intégrer des maladies dont on ne connaît pas la situation dans les pays. La leishmaniose, le mycétome. Moi, je propose qu'on fasse un projet d'investigation dans les pays et qu'après cela, on puisse intégrer. On ne peut pas intégrer quelque chose qu'on n'a pas encore trouvé. On ne sait pas s'il y a, on ne sait pas s'il n'y a pas. Donc, moi, je propose qu'on fasse un projet d'investigation dans les pays qui sont intéressés ou dans tous les pays. C'est ma proposition.
Dans tous les cas, tous les pays n'auront pas les mêmes maladies. Donc, actuellement, il y en a qui ont déjà la leishmaniose, qui font face, qui envoient leurs échantillons 2 fois à l'étranger, donc pour lesquels le besoin est là. Donc, comme a dit Kingsley, il y a une étape entre la standardisation, d'avoir quelque chose co-efficace, et l'implémentation. Donc, la première étape est d'abord de standardiser, d'avoir ces procédures. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord que pour les pays, un peu, ça rejoint ma question pour le mycétome, qui peut être aussi pour la leishmaniose, que si on ne sait pas, on ne peut pas faire le travail qu'il faut. Mais certains pays savent déjà. Donc, même si je sais que je n'ai même pas de procédure, je ne vais pas avancer. Donc, le fait pour nous déjà de standardiser les procédures, c'est une première étape. Et donc, progressivement, en fonction des besoins qui vont se présenter, des études, des financements, on va poursuivre maintenant pour dire le Cameroun a intégré. Peut-être il y a 2 pays du LABNET qui font déjà la leishmaniose, qui font déjà le PIAN, avec les mêmes procédures, et que progressivement, on va avancer. Donc, je pense que cette première étape pour nous, c'est vraiment d'être sûr que nous avons des procédures qui marchent, qui nous donnent des bons résultats et que c'est performant. Et en parallèle, bien sûr, que ce soit au niveau de pays, que ce soit l'appui de l'OMS ou d'autres bailleurs, on soit intéressé à la cartographie.
Okay, thank you. I think there's somebody online or no? August, you can turn off your microphone.
There is Arsène Mabika online. Nous pouvons toutefois discuter avec les programmes parce qu'il ne faudra pas envoyer des réactifs si les programmes qui sont chargés d'aller sur le terrain n'ont pas encore déclaré une maladie. Merci.
OK, c'est noté, mais dans tous les cas, on en est encore loin. On ne peut pas envoyer effectivement les réactifs au laboratoire si ces réactifs ne peuvent pas être utilisés. Il y a même, ça me fait rappeler un point, mais je n'y ai pas pensé. Mais on verra ça avec les lab members parce que je pense qu'il y avait certains qui avaient des réactifs qui devaient se périmer. Je revois ça tout à l'heure. Je regarde l'information tout à l'heure et on peut en parler pour les lab members. On va donc passer à la dernière étape que je n'ai pas trop préparée. Il est question qu'on réfléchisse et de faire des groupes. Perhaps no for you. Tu mets peut-être un papier et puis on fait des groupes. Tu vas saisir directement. On va mettre un format un peu dans ce sens. On va dire, on met les groupes, les thématiques et les groupes. Et comme ça, les gens mettent leur nom pour pouvoir travailler. On a les tables ici, on a les tables à l'extérieur. Je n'ai pas retrouvé. Il y en a qui m'avaient demandé ce qu'on avait listé la dernière fois. Je n'ai pas trouvé le document final, mais on s'était retrouvés. Et la dernière fois, on avait un peu listé tous les sujets qui peuvent être intéressants. Donc, je pense que les sujets de recherche. Mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on est dans une autre approche. on a discuté, nous avons discuté ensemble et je pense qu'on est dans une approche collaborative qui permet on va dire au groupe et au réseau de continuer son développement, continuer à améliorer le diagnostic et on voit la difficulté que nous avons aujourd'hui sur la qualité des données ou sur la qualité des pathogènes qui circulent. Donc, je pense qu'il est important pour nous d'axer les travaux de recherche que nous pouvons faire en commun sur ces deux axes. Vous allez me dire ce que vous en pensez. Pour le Working Group 1, je pense que ce qui est ressorti, c'est que nous recevons beaucoup de prélèvements qui, à la fin, restent négatifs. Donc, au final, que ce soit l'étiologie, que ce soit les pathogènes, des fois, on n'arrive pas toujours à les caractériser. Donc, je pense que le Working Group 1 peut travailler, et ça peut intéresser l'ensemble des pays, même si les financements peuvent être trouvés progressivement. Mais comme on disait hier, je ne sais pas si c'est un très gros mot, le microbiote de ces plaies chroniques, la caractérisation de ces pathogènes, parce que ce que nous faisons jusque-là reste très souvent limité à quelques PCR, à quelques cliniques. Et donc, quand je dis microbiote, j'ai envie de dire qu'on passe à des technologies plus avancées, qu'on se fasse accompagner par ceux qui savent faire et qu'on intègre peut-être la métagénomique pour que nous puissions vraiment caractériser ces pathogènes que nous retrouvons sur ces plaies chroniques. Donc, le groupe 1, on va revoir ensemble une fois qu'on va réfléchir, si c'est comme ça qu'on appelle ça, mais ce sera certainement la caractérisation du microbiote des plaies chroniques ou des ulcères chroniques de la peau, quelque chose comme ça. Je pense que ça intéresse tout le monde parce que nous voulons faire des études pour savoir est-ce qu'on a du mycétome, est-ce qu'on a de la leishmaniose, et on a plein d'échantillons qui rendent retourner. Donc, je pense que quelque chose pour la caractérisation des pathogènes que nous avons sur ces plaies chroniques peut être quelque chose d'intéressant, et ça ressort dans toutes les présentations que nous avons faites. Le deuxième point, le deuxième groupe doit pouvoir être sur les diagnostics et peut-être en deux sous-groupes parce que je me demande comment nous, avec cette harmonisation des procédures, nous pouvons nous positionner, que ce soit auprès des industriels, que ce soit auprès de Fine, pour que quand il y a un nouvel outil, c'est vers le réseau qu'on se tourne d'abord. Donc, il y a un travail, je ne sais pas d'abord si c'est de communication, de valorisation, pour que nos laboratoires soient positionnés comme des laboratoires avec leurs procédures standardisées qui vont valoriser, qui vont valider les outils, les nouveaux outils de diagnostic. Mais le deuxième volet doit aussi être sur les nouveaux outils. On voit LAMP, on voit qu'est-ce qui est en cours de développement, que ce soit dans nos laboratoires ou bien qui sont dans les pipelines. Comment est-ce qu'on peut utiliser les appels à financement qui demandent souvent d'intégrer l'opérationnalisation des nouveaux outils pour que nous soyons intégrés. La dernière fois, comme on était vraiment sur BU LABNET, un des thèmes qui était sorti en majorité était sur la transmission, les études environnementales. Mais la question que je peux me poser, ont-elles encore leur place aujourd'hui avec le positionnement de notre réseau? Si oui, dans quel sens? Comment intégrer ce type de recherche avec les autres maladies négligées de la peau pour que ne soit pas seulement axé sur la transmission de l'ulcère de Buruli? Voilà fera appel à vos cerveaux pour compléter.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. But I think another area of collaborative studies or studies across countries could also be on evaluation of therapies, yeah, evaluation of therapies, for which the labs can play an important role in the confirmation of cases that are recruited into different treatment studies. So, yeah, evaluation of new treatments, evaluation of new treatments.
I have my colleagues that are connected, just asking me if there will be possible to connect from online to the different groups or not.
That is a very difficult question for me. I know it's possible for us to create Zoom breakout rooms, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to do that right here, except that the different groups will have at least one laptop which is connected to the Zoom platform.
Do you have breakout rooms?
Yes, we do.
And how many?
Well, we can create breakout rooms. We have the possibility of creating breakout rooms during the meeting.
No, not on Zoom or?
Zoom, of course, yes.
Yeah, but physically?
Well, it's easy to create groups physically, but then my worry is how to connect those online to the physical groups. Well, I don't know how it's going.
Otherwise, we stay here and we take the topic one by one. I think it can also work that way. The way we were discussing earlier, we start with the first one. We all discuss, we put the points. Then those online Zoom can also follow. I think it will be a better way than splitting ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you, Kinsley. I think I will go for the second suggestion. We all deliberate on the groups and arrive at conclusions rather than breaking into groups and then coming together and starting all over, you know. I think the second suggestion works for me.
Wendy, what we are discussing now, as you can hear, is to stay here and discuss the topics one by one. So we will not need to go to different places. Yeah. I understand there's a presentation by Michael Frimpong, so we'd like to take that one now before we come to discuss these points very quickly. Yeah.
Michael is on Zoom. I think he can start off.
Can you hear us, Michael?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you say that again, please?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
All right, great. I think you should give me the opportunity to share.
I just did.
All right, great. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Great. I would like to say thank you for the organizers for the opportunity to speak to you on the collaborative study as part of the BU LABNet. And to say that I really wanted to be there, but for some reason I couldn't. But it's happy to see everyone together after COVID and see that everybody is doing well. Before I move on, I would like to say that to declare that there's no conflict of interest in this presentation because I don't stand to benefit financially or anything from it. It's just for a scientific purpose. I think now it's very important as scientists that we declare interest before some of these things. So this morning, I want to speak to you about a multi-center evaluation that we did on a portable PCR platform that we think will be very useful, not to say to replace what we currently have in our reference lab, but something that could be useful on the field or in treatment centers or primary healthcare facilities that are very far away from our current reference lab. I think in the last 2 days, we've talked about the difficulties of getting samples to the reference lab and how that affects our turnaround time. We know that most of the labs now have the ability to turn around samples within 5 days to a week. But sometimes the challenges is how long it takes to get the samples from the field to the lab. So just briefly, for those that are not familiar with this BioMint platform. So this is a portable PCR platform, which is comes with its own sample preparation method. So I don't know if you can see my my pointer. So it starts with this portable preparation platform, and then they have a customized master mix format where you can actually, translate your own assay onto that platform. So what you have is just bring your primers, and that could be, worked into what they have in their master mix, and then they prepare a dry reagent format for you so that it's easier for you to use it on the field. And that takes away the process of preparing master mixes and all the difficulty that comes with doing that, especially on the field. And the PCR machine is a handheld, less than 2 kilograms in weight. So it's very easy to move it around. And it also has an internal battery that can be charged. So even if you are on the field and there is no electricity, once the machine is fully charged, you can do up to 3 to 4 rounds without needing to charge it. So that is also very good. And it also comes with an app, so you can see your results on your phone. You can share the results through WhatsApp to the clinician or to whoever you need to share the data with. So it's much, much easier to work with. Briefly, this is how the sample preparation kit look like. So I'm just taking you through the process of how this is set up before we go specifically into our BU evaluation. So the sample prep kit is just a cartridge size, which has different chambers for the extraction. So you have a lysis section where your samples goes into it, and it helps you to lyse the cell to have access to the DNA. Then it goes through a series of watch steps. Then you finally elute your DNA, and it's ready for your PCR. And this process is very quick. It's between 2 to 5 minutes. You are done with it, and it's quite easy to do on the field as well. Again, once your assay is well set up, they are able to prepare it for you in a dried reagent format. So this takes away any cold chain issues that you might have on the field. And so it's quite easy. Once you go through that easy extraction, you can then add your extract onto this dry reagent, and it's ready for the PCR. So this takes away that difficulty of preparing master mixes, and the fact that you will need different rooms or clean areas to be able to do this. It takes away that for you and makes it easier for you to work whilst you are on the field. Again, the thermocycler is very easy. It comes with 3 fluorescent labels, so you can actually multiplex on this platform. So when you are talking about integration, we can think about it along that line. But for now, on a BU assay, it comes with an internal positive control. So you take 2 fluorescent dyes, one for your target and one for your internal control, just to be sure you know that your assay is working or not. And of course, once the assay is run, it's operated via an app which is connected to the machine using a Bluetooth, so you can see your results, whether it's positive, negative. You can see the results in that format, or you can also see it in terms of the amplification curve to decide whether your sample was well amplified or not. The system is also set up that you can be connected to a database on the cloud. So people living outside on the field, once you have internet and synchronize your data to the online platform, any manager sitting anywhere can review the data for you and tell you how to proceed. So just to go into the BU assay. So the BU assay is simply what we want to do is to take our assay as we have it in the BU LABNet, using the same primers that we use in our BU LABNet protocol, and then try to translate that into a dry reagent format so that it's easy to use it on the field. So already the company, they already have a customized master mix that you can test it alongside your in-house protocols. And once everything works out, then you can give them the go ahead to prepare a lyophilized reagent for you. So you have your master mix with every component you need for your PCR already in it. And the only thing you need to add is your sample, in this case, your DNA extract. So for us to be able to evaluate and validate this assay for BU, we set up to do this in 2 phases. So one for us at KCCR Lab, which I led under the leadership of Prof. Phillips, was to try to validate this master mix that they have with our BU LABNet protocol using the primers, the same primers that we have, so that we are not designing new primers to now think about the challenges of its sensitivity or specificity. If you are using the same primers that we use in our standard protocol, then we will not have that difficulty. And to do that evaluation, we wanted to use a lot more samples so that it gives us the confidence to say that the assay is good or not. So between 3 labs, KCCR, CPC in Cameroon, and Noguchi in Ghana, we put together up to 300 samples, 100 samples from each site. And these were evaluated independently of each lab. So the labs did their own assays on themselves. And once this evaluation is done, we analyze the data to see how it compares to our standard protocols. In order not to bore you, I don't want to go deep into how we did the initial development assay, but briefly what we did was to just take our PCR protocol, which is our SOP4. Look at the primers that we have in there. Take that primer and put it on their master mix, test it and see whether the assay performs good or not. The other thing we wanted to do, that we know that our standard PCR runs up to about a little over 2 hours. So but that is not convenient when you're on the field. So we wanted to reduce the time. So one of the things that we did was to optimize the cycle time so that we could be able to run this assay in less than an hour. And so what we did was to just change some of the cycling conditions and then test to see if we have the same efficiency. And that is what we did. And when we compared, we realized that it was quite comparable, and we were able to reduce the sample time from 2 hours to around 48 minutes. Of course, we wanted the assay to be very similar to what we have in our reference laboratories. And so with the master mix that we have, we wanted to optimize the reaction volumes so that we have it at the same as what we use in our lab. So we tested different reaction volumes from 20 microliters down to 15 microliters. And of course, our 20 microliter volume seems to work perfectly. And so that is what we choose. And that is what we advise the company to work within that reaction volume. We tested different templates just to be sure that the assay is consistent and is efficient compared to our standard protocols. So this briefly shows you all the laboratory procedure we have to go through in developing a new assay, testing for analytical sensitivity, reproducibility, testing the limit of detection and all that. And this is what is shown here in the figures that we have on this graph. Because the team is a mix of laboratory scientists and clinicians and other control managers. I won't bore you into much details in how we set this up, but this is the way of developing a new assay. So we tested all that to be sure that the assay is good enough before we asked the company to produce the dry reagents for us. Just to go into the details of what we did. So we sent, once the assay was developed from the company, we sent it out to the 3 labs, and then they evaluated it using 100 clinical samples. So these samples, I must say, they've already extracted their DNA using the protocols that they use in this lab. And when they tested it, we realized that the assay performed well. So if you look at KCCR for the 100 samples that were tested, it was almost perfect. The sensitivity was 100%, specificity was also 100%, with similar positive and negative predictive values. Again, we looked at the data from Cameroon. They also had almost a near perfect results with only one false negative result that they had, and also 3 false positive results that they had. So they have a sensitivity of around 98% and a specificity of 94%. Again, we looked at the data also from Noguchi. They were also within the same range with a sensitivity of 97% and a specificity of 95%. So when we put all this data together, we see we have a sensitivity across the 3 labs around 98%, which shows that the assay is not inferior to our standard protocols that we have in our lab. But what we saw that was curious to us was that, so this is, we are just comparing the CT values, which gives us an idea of how much DNA that were, MOS1's DNA that we could get from both samples. So we compare our standard PCR, which you see in red, the CT values, against the CT values for the Biomin PCR, because we wanted to be sure that we are not mixing any samples. So we wanted just to be sure the efficiency of both machines are the same or even better. And what we realized was that, as you can see, almost all the CT values that we were having from our standard PCR, when we ran the same sample in the Biomin PCR, the CT values from the Biomin PCR was even lower, telling us that across the 3 sites. And this indicates that the Biomin PCR machine is performing around the same efficiency as our standard PCR, and even better because the CT values were even lower in comparison to the standard. So it's, you know, normally when you have a dry reagent, those are the things that you think about. Once the reagent is lyophilized, you think that you lose some sensitivity. But when we compare the results, we show that we are not losing any sensitivity even with the dry reagent from the Biomin platform. So the next question was, okay, if we have, you know, fresh patient samples that we have to extract with the same sample prep from Biomin and then run it on the Biomin platform, will it give us the same sensitivity and specificity as the standard protocols that we have? So we ran it this time because we were running within a short period. We were looking for at least 40 samples from each lab. And these were fresh samples that has to go through extraction and then amplification on the platform. And this extraction this time, they were using the Biomin extraction, and then they will use their standard, you know, BU LABNET extraction protocol, compare it alongside and run both on the Biomin platform and also on the standard PCR that they have in their reference lab. And then we compare the sensitivities. And when we did with KCCR with 45 samples, we realized that, okay, using the Biomin sample prep, our sensitivity reduced a little bit, but this could be accounted for the number of samples we have, because in this case, there was only one negative sample that was positive for the standard PCR. So once you have a less sample size, the sensitivity, once you test for the sensitivity and specificity, which is the it will reduce a little bit because based on the sample size. Again, if you look at that of CPC, they only have 4 positive samples. And out of that, 3 was able to detect 3 with the Biomin extraction and PCR. So the sensitivity reduced to 75%. But again, it's the sample size and the positivity that we have in these samples, which is affecting the sensitivity that we have. With Noguchi, we had a sensitivity of 80, and specificity was almost good, was around 90–95%. So that was okay for us. So in all, when we looked at the data from the 3 labs, where we were using fresh clinical samples that needed to go through extraction and amplification, we had a sensitivity of 82% and a specificity of 95%. Using around 111 samples. So that is just to show you what we have. Now, the important question is, where would this assay, if it's proved to be good enough, where will it be implemented? So we wanted to look at the target profile for BU for use in a primary healthcare facility and compare to the Biomin platform. So this, what you see here on the right, here is just the TPP for BU. The TPP is the target product profile for BU that was developed by the BU diagnostic group. And then we compare these characteristics to the Biomin PCR assay that we developed for BU. And if you compare, it compares favorably, as it meets all the criteria that you need to use this assay in a primary healthcare system. So this just to show you, I will make the slides available and you can go through and look at this specifically. But when you compare it, it meets all the criteria that it needs for a primary healthcare facility test. So this is just to go through it and show you how it compares to the TPP that we've developed for Buruli ulcer. What I might add is that the only limitation of what I've seen from implementing this on a high scale would be cost. But I think this was supported by ALM. Maybe they could have that discussion with the company and see how they can bring the cost down. I want to end here by saying thank you to everybody and to all the team, the support from ALM to making this project works out. Thank you to the BU LABNET to using their platform to bring at least 3 labs together to evaluate this assay. There's an opportunity to evaluate this assay on a much extensive scale that will be good enough using fresh clinical samples for us to really see the true performance of this assay. Thank you very much. And I'm happy and I'm open to any questions and suggestions. Thank you.
Yeah, Michael, thank you. Nice to see you. I can have the feeling that the American cheeseburger beginning to show on your face. Yes. Any comments, please? I have one for you. First is, what will be the skills of, assuming this goes to normal use, what will be the skills required to be able to perform this test in the field? Or what?
Yeah, so thank you very much. Like if you looked at the T2EP profile that we have, that I showed on the slide, there is a skills, need. And at this rate, I would say is the level of a technician that will be available in a primary or in a primary healthcare facility should be able to do that. What you need is somebody that can pipette. That is all that you need. So because the person doesn't really need to be concerned about contamination because everything is in a closed system, is the person doesn't really concern himself with preparing master mixes. So if you have a technician that is good enough to pipette in that you have in a treatment center or in a district health facility, he should be able to use such a platform.
Yeah, this is not a question, but something to provoke our thoughts. With this rapid RDTs for BU, one of the critical steps is DNA extraction under field conditions, because I think the assays are being developed to be used in the field. And one critical step is achieving efficient DNA extraction protocol. So far, none of the extraction protocols we are using concentrates the bacilli. And I think the presentation by Wendy, the kits by Wendy, I think we should use that also to evaluate the methods that we are developing, the RDTs that we are developing, and compare them to the existing ones to see if it will translate to increases in sensitivity, especially as we know that normally we don't have a lot of bacilli in a lot of the samples that we get. So concentrating the bacilli before lysis will certainly improve the yield of DNA and also translate to improve sensitivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Dr. Ablode perfectly. Like we can see, even when we use the BioMint platform, you see that we are losing some sensitivity in there. It could be due to the sample size. It could also be due to the fact that maybe the extraction efficiency of the M1 sample prep. So I think we should open ourselves up for new extraction methods that and see the ones that gives us the best method. For BU, we know the extraction method that include heating tends to give us better results. So it's also good to look at other things. The other thing with the M1 sample prep is also that it's also very expensive. So one kit is on the average is around $15. That's why I declare my intention that I'm not speaking for the company. So as somebody that work on the BU lab front, for one extraction to cost around $15 is quite on the high side. So that is something that maybe ALM can negotiate, with the company, but we should always explore different extraction methods in terms of looking at cost and in terms of the extraction efficiency as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. No question online, I think. All right. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, thank you very much.
Just one
Thank you.
One statement to make. So the assays are available here in the box if someone would like to take and give them a try in their labs. They don't need a machine, just the assays are sufficient.
We continue from here to the discussion points. Sarah, what we decided to do is not to break out so that those online can continue to participate in the meeting. And we will discuss the topics one by one together and put the points as we discuss them. Okay. Hello.
« 15 minutes par point pour que dans 1 heure, on ait mis l'ensemble des éléments. Nous avons environ 1h15, 15 à 20 minutes par point. Et comme ça, on pourra avoir le déjeuner vers 15h. Is it okay?
Yes, we can, yeah. Okay, so now for what you do is that you copy the first topic on a different slide, yeah, so that you put down the points coming out of the discussions. For this topic, I need somebody to chair because, yes. Okay, Dr. Phillips. Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. So looking at we have 15 minutes per topic. Okay. So looking at the topic characterization of chronic ulcers, looking at collaborative research, and I think first we can look at, is there any work going on looking at microbiome characterization of ulcers? We can look at if any groups are doing work like that so that we members could collaborate so that there will not be duplication. And I mean, so we know how there will be complementary efforts working in the different groups. So, I mean, if your group is doing some work in these areas, what are you doing? And is there the possibility for cross-site collaboration either individually or through the coordination center. So I'll give out the call to everyone to provide the research labs. Yes. Maybe you are doing some work, but that work is collaboration with another group, but still it's good that you sort of put it out, and then the idea is not to steal your work, but to see if there's possibility for some collaboration within the groups. I mean, if there's some work that you think there are others in the group, because we know the disease is the disease are neglected anyway, and well, we are not getting many samples at one site anyway. So is there room for collaboration? And yeah, Prof.
Thank you.
Please, I already asked Prof I gave Prof the floor. So, or you wanted to add something before?
I did not want to answer to your question. So I'm thinking another way perhaps to, I'm not sure, another way to move quickly. What I can propose is that what are our objective? If we have what are our objective, why we would like to characterize chronic ulcers, what is the expected results, and now how to implement it. And we say, okay, is there already any group inside where we have one group already working on this aspect? We have this grant perhaps available. We have this. That is another way. I don't know.
Okay, so we want the fastest approach. So whichever approach will let us move fast, so that the second one. Let me give Prof the floor. His hand has been up too long, so let me ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, we started at the Mycetoma Center to collect photos of different types of ulcers and skin lesions, trying to use this material with artificial intelligence program to have a diagnosis of these skin diseases from the photos and from the images. So we started collecting this material. We have a very good media center at the Mycetoma Research Center with high quality photography and equipments. So we're trying to collect as much as possible from these photos, and then we can use them for the clinical diagnosis of mycetoma. And the outcome will be given to healthcare personnel, nurses, young doctors, for the field activities and surveillance and early case detection and management of these conditions. So I will be very much welcoming any group that can share the experience, the photos and the images, and that can be used in different countries as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So basically, we already know that there is a problem with mycetoma, data collection, clinical diagnosis, everything. And Prof is proposing that they are already doing some work on mycetoma and trying to use artificial intelligence, some best practices at making the diagnosis. And if the network could collaborate in that way in helping to provide the numbers that will help to using that approach to arrive at a meaningful diagnosis with mycetoma. So that is a topic. I think mycetoma is hot, and there could be a collaboration in that sense in trying to understand and diagnose those ulcers in an approach that is organized. Yes. Okay, thank you. So it's on mycetoma, potential collaboration in the area of mycetoma characterization using artificial intelligence. There is low-hanging fruits there. Okay, I give the floor to you, Lydia.
Okay, so I may be wrong, but I think WHO has started a pictorial library of some sort like that. We had to send some pictures to Stephanie. So if it's not a duplication of effort, maybe we can just expand the skin entities in that portfolio to include the mycetoma one. But that's just my first suggestion. What I was going to expand on this topic is that there are so many things that can be done under this heading. So just characterization of chronic ulcers can mean looking at the other microbes in the lesions or the other skin entities in the lesions. And to even expand further, you can even add an immunological component or signature so that even when you finally identify what the microbes are, you would have more clinical data to help with diagnosis, prognosis, treatment options, and so on and so forth. So inherent in this are several other sub topics which could all be good starting points for groups to start collaborating and having small grants about it. And then finally, I'm all for the collaboration because like you said, we don't have enough samples that are actually BU, but we have enough samples that are actually other things, which we are sort of, because of our initial focus, we are sort of not thinking about them, but it's high time we start thinking about them.
Lydia, I think I've got your point, so I can articulate it at this point. So I think that is a very important topic that will cut across countries. And I want to propose that we make it one of our priorities as a network, because I had a discussion with Richard Akufu on the sidelines yesterday on this topic, thinking about, I mean, for a while we've been concentrating on BU. So the non-BU ulcers, what are they? So differential diagnosis and trying to unravel them. It's a big project that could be done across network, and we can make a big impact by that. So a small group could be put together to develop a clear protocol and proposal for the work, I mean, for the network to be able to investigate that topic. And just like we've put out our first paper, we could put out a paper that cuts across all the network on the non-BU, but then there has to be a clear protocol or an SOP that are going to be used across the network, and it will be highly participatory. And we can say the consortium or the BU network, blah, blah. These days, it's all about consortia and big groups doing work together. So it is not strange if a network like our network can say that we are going non-BU ulcers. Of course, we know the other skin diseases are coming on board soon, but what are the non-BU ulcers? A lot of labs have repertoire of samples and others well characterized already that can feed into this study, so that by the time we meet next year, our first paper will be out. We have groups with capacity in leishmania, groups capacity in yours, groups with capacity in mycetoma, groups in capacity, and different tests could be done on the similar extracted DNA from these samples that could feed into a big paper that can hit the ground very soon. Anthony, are you buying into my story?
Yes, I've already bought into it. I'm not now buying. I think what you said is really true. And if we do investigate, say, microbial causes of this other chronic ulcers besides BU, the approach we'll use, I think, Ajua, Dr. Santipoku is already doing some work on microbiomes. of guts, enteric bacteria. So this platform can be used, just like you said, extracting DNA from all these ulcers and then getting to know what microbial populations they are in, and then we can compare it and see if there's some pattern. It's an approach that we can easily do, and some of us already started using this platform to investigate other polymicrobial infections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's it's an agreed topic. We can't do the fine details here because in this meeting, we just want broad ideas. And I think in the end, my suggestion will be that the network will suggest a lead person who will help to make that idea, fine up that idea so that as a network, we can have clear proposals and set timelines on what we want to do. It could be different topics we are, right? And once you have pilot data, you can apply for big money. And we have our partners too. They can stand behind us if they see that the proposal we've put together is very interesting. And so investigating chronic ulcers that we don't know that they are BU, but there could be other things. They could be yours, they could be leishmania, they could be mycetoma, they could be others from other medical conditions that we may not be able to unravel. I think it will be an interesting topic, and there could be a lead based on who can help the network in moving that area of research forward. Okay. I'll take any other quick reaction, then we move to the next topic.
Okay.
Yes, Kingsley.
Richard, I think I thought some work have been done on this topic and published already on, I don't know whether they call them secondary infections or BU or those things, but I've seen papers like that. I don't know whether it's the same thing we are talking about.
No.
For those ones are secondary bacterial infections in BU.
Kingsley,
but this is different.
That is on secondary bacterial infections. I mean, there are a few papers on that, but what we are talking about is the causes of ulcers other than BU. Yes, other than BU, and that's as a topic. Yes.
I think so. It should be causes of other ulcers, because it could be. You can also look at if it's, let's say, it's a case of yours and it's not yours, or it's a case of mycetoma and it's not mycetoma. What else is in that? So this can also be done by disease, and then we compare results and see what we are getting. Yeah, that will be fine. I think maybe we will just outline the details so that everybody implementing it in different places can follow the same. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Okay. Thank you. So at least we are clear about that. That is a low-hanging fruit. I mean, that's a first topic that we can do in that area. So we'll move to group 2. I was given how many minutes? Yes, no, 4. Sorry. Oh, yes, let's take the comments online. I can see.
Well, it starts with a comment from Shelley.
Shelley. Okay, Shelley says about 1/3 of the samples we test for yours and Ducre turn out negative. We can make the negative samples available for further characterization. So we are saying the same thing. Okay. In our Diarrhea project, we developed novel molecular diagnostic tools. In 1.5 to 2 years from now, it can be evaluated in Sudan, Senegal. However, if of interest, we can also include other laboratories. So that is highly welcome. So that is a good point. And then Wendy says, using a microbiome with fungal, bacteria, and parasite barcoding genes, you could find out but you need to focus on all of those, not only the bacteria. Yes, so it's a big topic area that's worth investigating. And Shirley says all sorts of unknown causes. Yes. Any other comment from below, please? No. All right, so we are saying the same thing. It's about investigating causes of other ulcers. It's a hot topic, and it has to be coordinated within the network. One person cannot run away with it. Of course, you may have your own research ideas within, but I think the idea of collaboration is now key, and we all need to change our mindset a little bit on how to, as a network and as a consortia, to move forward together. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move to the next topic.
Didn't write. You didn't add the conclusion of.
Sorry, he didn't write, eh?
No, Numfo didn't mention.
He didn't write. Can somebody document what we've said for us, please? I mean, maybe he can put it in there so that we can move fast. The conclusion of the phase, so that we move on. So basically the conclusion is for the network to investigate causes of non-BU ulcers. Non-BU ulcers, and it could be due to other things like yours, leishmania, trying to understand the differential diagnosis of ulcers. So there are those who are working on microbiome specifically, but firstly, we have to work on the differential diagnosis because that's what faces us as a first time, and then you can move it forward to the more molecular level to look at differences in microbiome. But the first thing is to investigate causes of non-BU ulcers that we encounter in, okay. Yes.
So ulcers not due to Buruli, so that if or yours or mycetoma, so that whoever is working on it will have to do that. Yeah. Okay.
So we are just putting it there as a broad topic. I mean, we can refine it going forward, but yeah. For what's the next area, please? Diagnostics. So for diagnostics, what are the needs, and what do you think as a network we need to be concentrating on for collaborative research? What are the needs? What do we need? So I think already my friend Dr. Ablode came up with one idea, and maybe he can start the discussion on that. I think you know the needs and what we need to be researching and improving with diagnostics. As a network, what can we plunge ourselves into?
Well, with the diagnostics, I think FIND and WHO are supporting, I think, the development of 3 different assays. LAMP-based assay, immunological-based assay, and then the third one is macrolactone-based assays. I think yesterday we had one presentation by Giejom using macrolactone. So these are currently protocols, prototypes of these methods that are available. So as a network, maybe our place at this time could be maybe field implementation of it to test these prototypes, maybe in our labs or in our field settings. We could do that. And then if others are still interested in developing other RDTs outside what we have already outside which the ones that have already been developed, I think it's also welcome. But I don't know whether it will be that simple, because at the meeting in, I think, 2018 or so in Geneva, there was a tall list of tests that were proposed. And then based on certain criteria, they were shortlisted. So I don't know, maybe Kingsley can enlighten us whether beyond these three that were selected, whether different approaches could be further investigated, or we stick to this and then test them for their suitability in implementing them at the field level.
So I think I have to recall that meeting outcome, what we agreed on, but that was related to BU. And I think one of the areas we agreed on was to try to detect microlactone as a diagnostic test for BU. Find later on, I think, with some support from partners, develop this test that was presented yesterday. So it's been a long process with Swiss Tropical Institute, but eventually that was what they have come up with. There are still challenges with the test, as we heard yesterday, and I guess further work will be needed. But once they get to a level where the different labs can come in so that we can get more patients to evaluate the test, I think that will be the stage, but still it's under development now.
I like this point you made, because in the evaluation of the LAMP, the difficulty that I faced was recruitment. Well, it is a prospective evaluation, so it means I have to get fresh cases and not a laboratory evaluation. And given the numbers, dwindling numbers of cases, I couldn't make up the numbers to really make the results statistically valid. So I think this is where the network comes in, so that if other labs can also support, then it will be very nice.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Very good suggestion. So we know that we have the LAMP and the microlactone detection assays and biomeme and yes, and antigen immunological assays. Developing tools that are closer to the patient. Developing tools that are closer to the patient is a huge priority, and not only for BU, but also for the other skin entities. Developing tools that are closer, so point of need or point of care or whatever you call it, these tests are priority areas for our members. And what we need to realize from the assays that are being evaluated is that the the analytical sensitivity is not always aligned with the clinical sensitivity. And so effort has to be put in place to quickly evaluate these that appear to have really good analytical sensitivity, but when it comes to testing on clinical samples, in reality, then you get slightly disappointed. And you already mentioned that we need new extraction approaches, because all the techniques you think about, we need optimal extraction techniques that can be multiplexed. Now we have to think broadly, that can be multiplexed for the different diseases to allow us to move closer to the patient. And I think as a network, it's our duty to unravel that. Okay.
Yeah, and also yesterday I had a private talk with Wendy, and I specifically asked about what you just mentioned, that we need an extraction protocol that would be able to capture like total bacteria or total microorganisms. There were some protocols that Tim developed that was specific for MOSRANs using immunomagnetic separation, but it's quite different from what Wendy told me. So the kits by Wendy is one that, like Lydia even asked him this morning, one that is able to capture the total microbial contents in the material. So I think in another way, it's also a very promising approach to the very important question of getting a very efficient extraction protocol that can be used in the field. Thank you.
Yes, so topics there include evaluation, quick evaluation of assays that are in circulation, and 2, finding optimal extraction protocols that are likely to serve our needs and the needs of skin entities. I can think of those 2 quickly, unless there are other suggestions. I think I see Lydia's hand up.
Okay, so it's just an add-on. For all these different diagnostic platforms which are being tested now, how you even store the sample after you've taken them is critical in whether or not the test would be able to pick it up. So whilst we are excited about collaboration and getting samples from other member labs, protocols should be shared on how to get the sample. And then it brings to question that, are we now saying that each time you see a patient, you take the normal diagnostics routine case confirmatory samples and an extra one for research? Is that what we are suggesting?
I don't think we are there yet. Now we are coming, okay, we are now trying to come up with the ideas on the topics that as a network we need to concentrate on. I'm sure after this, then maybe the fine details, the protocols, how you go about it, we could assign interest parties, then they will work on these. But I mean, as we discuss these, I mean, what I need to mention to us as a network is that we should now start thinking collaborative. I think our brains should change. We should move from the previous era and start thinking collaborative. How are big collaborations working these days? So that if you are working with others, it will be really collaborative and not like you are running away with the data. I mean, I'm just stressing on that we have to change our mindset. It's true, we are in a scientific world, very competitive, we can be, but now a lot of those walls are being broken. So we need to realize that these topics, they will all serve our interest in the end. So we need to think about how we can work together. So if the topic is there, you don't have the samples, your friend has got the samples, why don't you find a way of working? If it's 3, 4, 5, maybe because of authorship on a paper, if it's authorship on a paper, these days there are clear ways of deciding on how everybody will be represented nicely so that you are duly recognized. So I just want to put this on record because sometimes scientists, we learn to try to hide and to go and do our own thing and run away with it. But as a network, we need to start be thinking in terms of integration and how we can move this forward. So Kingsley, I'm sorry I have to do this as part of this, but I thought I should mention it. Yes.
No, I think it is a good point. C'est vraiment un point important que nous devons un peu changer notre façon de penser. Est-ce que nous sommes confrontés tous, pour toutes les études que nous faisons. Ce n'est même pas seulement sur les maladies tropicales négligées. On se rend de plus en plus compte que lorsque nous planifions nos études, on se base sur les données des pays, les données de l'OMS, et que généralement, on dit on va faire le recrutement sur 1 an. Même pour la tuberculose, on se retrouve toujours soit à changer des sites, soit à les augmenter, soit au bout d'une étude clinique ou d'un essai clinique, on commence à ajouter les pays parce que effectivement on n'arrive pas. Donc, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, en tant que réseau, ce que le professeur Richard Philippe dit est vraiment important, que même nous, en montant nos études, qu'on se rapproche, qu'on soit ouvert vers d'autres, parce que pour atteindre même ces objectifs fixés, ça devient de plus en plus difficile. Et effectivement, cette difficulté d'échantillonnage rejoint même le premier projet, parce que lorsqu'on aura aussi mieux caractérisé les pathogènes, qu'on aura mieux cartographié les maladies, je pense que petit à petit, on reviendra à la réalité des nombres de cas dans nos pays, et c'est sur ça que les tailles des échantillons sont basées. Donc, je pense que ce point est vraiment important et ça va nous pousser dans tous les cas à aller vers les autres laboratoires et les autres collaborateurs pour pouvoir atteindre nos objectifs. Je voulais revenir vers Kingsley par rapport au premier point où effectivement, comment se positionner en tant que réseau pour qu'on soit, on va dire, la première porte à laquelle on cogne lorsqu'il faut soit implémenter des nouveaux outils, soit les évaluer. Donc, je pense que dans ce cas, l'OMS qui porte notre réseau doit nous accompagner vers les partenaires comme FINE, nous faire mieux connaître, de savoir que nous avons déjà des procédures standardisées pour que, effectivement, dès qu'ils veulent lancer des appels, dès qu'il y a des outils à évaluer, ils se tournent spontanément vers le réseau de laboratoires.
Yes, noted. And we will continue to promote the work of the network as a model for others to also emulate in terms of calls for funding. Yes, we will share any information that come and also try to push some of the areas that we will agree on, so that the donors will also show interest. I don't know. I also heard about evaluation of new equipment or use of new equipment. I don't know where they fall, whether we've captured them here, or, for example, what Michael was presenting was a portable PCR machine that can be used in the field. I think this kind of, so it's either evaluation of the whatever reagents or extraction techniques or extraction tools, or sometimes new equipment will come that perhaps we also, like as a network, be involved in this evaluation. So we should keep this in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Moi, au début, quand le sujet a été développé, ce que j'avais rapidement compris à l'explication du professeur Sarah, c'était plutôt, comme elle a dit, que nous nous positionnons pour, disons, valider des réactifs ou des protocoles ou des équipements des fabricants. Donc, bon, maintenant, dans le développement, on ne semblait pas, disons qu'on semblait s'écarter un peu de cet objectif, mais qui a été recadré tout à l'heure par le professeur. Moi, je voudrais ajouter quelque chose. Si, en plus de nous faire connaître auprès des partenaires, que ce soit les industriels ou les fabricants, bien sûr, on a les SOP maintenant qui sont standardisés, mais je crois que la matière première aujourd'hui, c'est les échantillons. Donc, concrètement, quelle est la disponibilité des échantillons dans chaque pays? Est-ce que nous avons un accord pour qu'on puisse mobiliser ces échantillons au cas échéant? Donc, je pense qu'il faut déjà qu'on voit ce côté de partage d'échantillons et que chaque laboratoire puisse avoir des moyens de conservation d'échantillons à long terme, quelle que soit la maladie. Parce que si après, nous sommes sollicités pour des validations, généralement, il est nécessaire qu'on puisse faire des études multicentriques. Et là, si on n'a pas vraiment d'échantillons d'un pays à un autre, ça va beaucoup pénaliser. Donc, déjà voir quel est l'accord qu'on peut signer pour que les pays puissent partager des échantillons au cas important. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to comment on that, I think for data sharing or sample sharing, there are internationally approved ways of doing it. And as a network, we could use the same approach. Normally, for our lab, if we have to share samples, there has to be a material transfer agreement to be able to move the samples from your lab to, and usually the ethics committee will provide that approval, and then with the paperwork, you can move the sample. And I'm sure it will be a similar thing with other countries. Material transfer agreements, it's what is should be in place to be able to move samples from one place to another. Sarah, or do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so I will add it here so that we have one data sharing agreement or material sharing agreement ready. We will prepare that. And I think we need also a standard procedure for sample conservation, because we are collecting more sample as swab. How are we keeping it? -80, -20, how long in a solution? How we keep our extraction? So we have also to prepare. In our lab, we have many procedure existing. I think we can put together and have one standardized procedure for sample conservation.
Thank you for bringing that up, because if you want to use samples that are stored, it has to be stored in a credible manner so that the results will be consistent. Okay, thank you. So just to summarize a bit on that, so the conclusion is that there are tools that need evaluation, and the network should work towards evaluating those tools, and it can be done between countries. There are protocols that need to be optimized. The network can work on doing the same, of optimizing those tools. And this should not be just with BU, but those working on the other skin diseases as well can come along the same lines. Yeah. So, thank you. So we'll move on to the next point, please. And then, yes, please, Prof. Solange.
J'avais un dernier point à ajouter par rapport notre rapport pour la recherche dans les nouveaux développements des outils. Aujourd'hui, on nous demande aussi le problème éthique. Vous voulez utiliser des échantillons cliniques pour faire le développement de la science, des nouvelles méthodes. Il faut qu'on pense aux problèmes éthiques dans le réseau. Ça, c'est un point qui est très important après le problème des MTA, des agréments de transfert des échantillons. Le problème éthique se pose aussi dans certains pays. Donc, ce point est très important à souligner aussi. Merci.
Yes, so we need to put it down there somewhere that as a network, we believe in best practices and that will obtain ethics approval for all the research that we do so that people don't think that in Africa we are going to do it in a different way. We will follow the rules. So I think that it should be on our minds. Yes, thank you.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it's also important for prospective studies and to think about the problem of patients. Because to collect samples, we need to have patience. And when we remember concerning the feedback of some programs, there is some issues in the mobilization of patients. So it is one thing that need to be also addressed because funders, laboratories cannot be interested if there is not a substance. Okay, so the things that could trigger the involvement of the targeted structures organization at the basis are patients. So what I want to say is we need to through this network to push programs to develop more efficient strategies on the ground to mobilize patients. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So trying to find patients to be able to carry out these studies. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah. Try to find patients because
Yeah.
it is.
So, I mean, for the skin NTDs, I mean, the best way to find patients is by having interventions in place, early case detection activities to be to mobilize them onto these studies. And as a network, I don't know if we've got funds for those kind of activities, but of course we have to encourage that if it's a research activity, then such activities are incorporated into so that then you'll be able to find cases for the project that you are planning to execute here. Are there any comments online, please?
Yes, we have a number of them.
Hmm.
I'll quickly go through the
Yes,
comments.
please.
The first one is from Michael Sandel. Dear sir, I have developed some prototype methods that work in field settings, but have not been used in clinical settings. I would like to discuss proposal of clinical applications of these protocols. Thank you for your consideration. And below, he's got his email address. The next question is from Gisela. May I ask if FIND and WHO still support the clinical validation of the LAM developed by Tony and Marcus? Wendy, validating samples which make your diagnostic more point of care is good. However, in the end, you want to function as a reference lab so that mean that if in the future molecular diagnosis is done point of care, what would you do then? Maybe it is good to form ideas on that as well. What would be the function of the reference laboratory For example, is resistance, which is an emerging problem in Borrelia? If so, you might need to implement tools for that as well as a reference laboratory. Gisela continues by saying, since Isra Cruz left fine, it seems to me that there is nobody responsible for the LAM project anymore. Tony, maybe you can comment on this. Wendy, so what should become point of care in the future and what is more suitable for a reference lab? We are not there yet, of course, and it might take years before these things become really point of care. But simply thinking of future strategies will not hurt. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So there are some open questions, but the issue about the relevance of reference laboratories, if we intend, I mean, we are investigating the point of care assays. I think, I mean, the African context, point of care assays, for example, if you look at malaria and the rest, they've sort of transformed the management of such cases. And if you look at a place like Ghana, going all the way to the chips, if there is a test that is a screening tool, at least, even if it's not of the best sensitivity as that which we use in the reference lab as a way of initial screening, then the reference lab will do the further confirmation. So there is a place for such tools lower than the reference lab. And I think with the yours point of care is a similar thing. They do the screening first with the initial RDT and then with another RDT. You look at all the cost issues involved in it. So I think there is a place for developing such, and who will develop them? It will only be the lab people who will develop it. And if we are developing and we think that maybe there'll be a time you will not have a job, I don't think it will be so. We will always have a place because the screening tools may not necessarily be of the same sensitivity as the one you are using in the reference lab is possible. So I think we have a place for those tools, and I think I would advocate that we continue to encourage developing them. Yes, and Gisela's one goes to Tony. And
so I'll take Gisela's question. So, like I said earlier, the dry reagent lamp prototype was developed by the collaboration between Noguchi and Gisela's lab. And the stage we've reached is to evaluate it, I mean, using prospective recruitment of patients in the district hospitals. So the initial idea was to do two evaluations. One in Togo, and that will be Dr. Maman, who's responsible for that, with Marcus, and then the other in Ghana that I am responsible for. So, like I said earlier also, I've carried out the evaluation of the prototype in two district hospitals, and I've just submitted the report to find. So that for Togo was put on hold, and Isra Cruz left. That's, I think, the second question Gisela asked. Isra Cruz left Find and was replaced by Jejom, who presented yesterday. So it's not as if the evaluation work has been discontinued by Find, but that for Togo was just put on hold. So Jejom informed me that I think after the evaluation in Ghana, there would be another evaluation in Togo. But that was the initial agreement.
So I think the practicalities of the evaluation can be discussed, but it has not stopped. The evaluation hasn't stopped. That's the conclusion.
No, it hasn't
isn't it?
stopped. No.
Okay, so I think in terms of the practicalities and those involved, I think Kingsley can coordinate that with you in there. Yeah. So thank you very much. So let's move to the third topic before we miss our lunch. Transmission, research on transmission. I mean, those doing the work on transmission, I think, Tony, you are doing some work on transmission. I don't know all the groups doing that. That's why I'm not calling. I may not be calling you, but you can own up, please, so that the ideas on transmission can float. Yes. So
yeah, I think transmission is one area that we really need to focus, because focus in the sense that the tools that we need for transmission, we've tried a lot of things, and we have reached a stage where we all should agree on a common approach, because we can't be repeating the same thing over and over and over again. There was hope, the hope that we could resolve some issues concerning transmission was first rekindled when I think Katrina used some loci in emulsions, and for the first time was able to index a lot of diversity in a very small area. So beyond that, I collaborated with Tim, and we did a whole genome sequence analysis within some 30 kilometer radius in Agogo, and also came out with a very good results, which showed for the first time random distribution of MS1 genotypes in some of the villages. So I think where we all need to agree in transmission is that is a recognition that besides whole genome sequencing, other approaches may not address the issues that are pertinent to solving the issues of transmission very well. In fact, I think for now, we should all agree to use whole genome sequencing when it comes to issues concerning MS1's distribution in endemic areas, using that data to infer possible transmission routes and identifying possible reservoirs of the bacterium. Thank you.
Okay, so for transmission studies as a network, what are the key areas? So like you're saying, maybe the approaches to the research, standardization of the approaches to the research. You are suggesting more of a sequencing approach rather than any other approach, isn't it? But is there funding for transmission currently? I don't know if there's funding for transmission currently.
Well, besides the dwindling nature of funding, I think it's one area that is not rewarding at all. So unless you're a researcher who is, really have a thick skin, you'll be discouraged to. Our data showed also very because for the first time we showed random distribution of MS1 genotypes. Previous investigations have always indicated focal transmission clusters of MS1s. meaning in a particular village. So this is epidemiology of emulsions or brucellosis at the village level. You see, so in a particular village, you will see that they form transmission clusters. So you will not be able to use that data to link, people involved in the same chain of transmission. But our data showed non-random, or rather, it shows that this focal transmission clusters broke down at the village level, where we could have multiple genotypes, giving you the possibility of indexing transmission chains. So I think if we should continue with this approach over much larger scale, we could, because some of the inferences from that is that, well, besides people being exposed to various sources of infections, it showed clearly that maybe the occurrence of the same genotypes or multiple genotypes in different areas means that there was something moving or something spreading the different genotypes in different villages. You see, so this data was first to indicate that, and I think the whole genome sequencing approach for now remains the obvious way to go.
Okay, so there's some work going on, and if there are people who would like to collaborate in that area, in the network, you are open to collaboration, isn't it?
No, I'm not currently doing any work on transmission.
Oh, okay.
This is the work I did with Tim Senior some years back.
All right, thank you. Any other ideas in that? Yes, thank you.
Dr. Felix, yeah. May I ask Professor Fahar also whether what is any studies on transmission of mycetoma? I know it's from Tons and any studies on that?
Yeah, yes, indeed, we did some studies on the risk factors for mycetoma transmission, and most of them were published in the PLOS neglected tropical diseases. Some of them were published in Transaction of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine. We correlate the geographical distribution of mycetoma patient with the environmental condition there. We correlate again the socio-economic status of these patients and the communities with the appearance of the mycetoma in these areas. So we had a lot of indicators that may show that the transmission of mycetoma is related to some of them. Still, we are doing more work. We are still exploring more areas in Sudan to compare what we found in Eastern Sinnar and other areas in other countries, in other parts of the country as well. Thank you.
Prof, has any mapping been done yet in mycetoma?
We did, yes, we mapped the patients we saw at the mycetoma center, almost about 7,000 patients. We generated a geographical mapping for these patients. And again, this was published in the PLOS neglected tropical disease.
Okay. Any other ideas on transmission? Yes.
Thank you. In the case of leprosy transmission, I want to propose one study to sampling the asymptomatic families of positive persons.
Yeah.
To search if the battery is in a life, both in asymptomatic families and the tissue of home animals like mice. If the Mycobacterium leprae is in a life. due to make a new transmission in 10 of 20 years.
That's a wonderful idea. Yes. Okay.
I just want to comment on Lenny's thought. I think quite a lot of studies have gone into this particular area to identify positivity among asymptomatic household contacts of leprosy cases. What we have seen is that relatively less of RNA positivity. So not many viable bacilli are there, but they are there. There are viable bacilli noted. Lot of DNA positivity and long-term follow-ups have never ended up as cases. So we don't know what is the factor that's triggering, whether they're just harboring, the processed macrophages are just circulating in circulation, or remnant DNA just remains for 5 or 6 years in circulation. We don't know, but that's the observation. And then to feed into a mouse foot pad, the amount of viable bacilli you need is quite high. So the starting numbers are a challenge. So to get them from an asymptomatic case, sorry, are you able to hear me? Yep. To get them from an asymptomatic case, numbers enough to inoculate a mouse foot pad is a challenge.
Even using molecular approaches.
Molecular viability can be detected,
Yes.
but that cannot be correlated with transmission or activity.
Transmission. So the real issue is that those that you find them carrying it, somehow they don't go on to develop clinical leprosy. So maybe they are just sharing it around in the communities. But isn't that interesting too? You know, those who are potentially passing the thing around in the communities, maybe. Anyway, that's an idea from her. Kingsley, you wanted to say something.
I'm a transmission specialist, so, but identification of DNA does not mean anything regarding transmission. Yeah, I'm sure even on our skin, if you swab now, maybe you'll find M strands on our body, but doesn't mean we will transmit it or we'll get it. Anyway, but let's continue to reflect on different ideas. I look at some of the skin NTDs here. BU, yes, we don't know the transmission remains an important part. Also, you see in the NTD roadmap, that is indicated as a challenge. And somebody was asking about elimination of borreliosa. Again, you don't know the transmission. You don't have a vaccine. So all the interventions you can put in place to interrupt or to reduce transmission, we don't have. Leprosy, we have some fair idea about transmission, not exactly. What do we do next? It's not only, the network should do what, because there's a big global community on leprosy looking at transmission. It's what they decide to do that we can also feed in and do it in our own small way. Leishmaniasis, I believe the transmission is very clear. They know it, so nothing to worry. Mycetoma, yes, some work will be needed. Definitely, I'm sure it's not person to person, so it's an environmental organism that gets into humans, similar to BU, where they live, how people get into contact with that remains an issue. Yours, we know the transmission, so no further studies are needed for yours transmission. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Kingsley, thank you for the summary on transmission. I think we'll need to follow up on that, the transmission bit.
We have 2 comments on the chat.
Yeah.
Can I quickly take? Before I read, I would like to call on the online participants. I'll invite them to take the floor, but I'm still happy to read anyway. So Michael says, well, Michael sent a direct message. So we'll start with Wendy. Good suggestion might be to report on the other skin entities when you perform a mapping study in regions where different skin entities are overlapping you could use the same resources to get information on more than one skin entity. Thank you. Well, maybe I quickly read Michael Sandel. Our recent environmental surveys along the Michael says our
5 minutes for lunch. It's on treatment, if I remember the slide, what was on it. And the last one is on, sorry, evaluation of treatment studies. So to kickstart that, I mean, there are a number of evaluations currently that are ongoing. The evaluations are highly dependent on numbers, actually. And all the evaluations are pointing towards shortening treatment. All the 3 evaluations that are aimed at shortening treatment. And so as a network for the BULMS study, I think there are about 4 or 5 countries involved in that one. And most of the network members are part of that. For the SHARP RIFDAC study, there are 2 sites that are involved in that one. And the Brulinox, that one is run from our center. So there's the possibility for collaboration with other network members in some of the treatment studies. And so that is what I know from the treatment side. If there are other studies going on, we're happy to share. And then what, as a network, what we need to do to move such studies forward. Any comments on treatment studies?
So it's very important that, at least for Burundi, we have labs that are involved in EQA. So anyone wanting to do any treatment study that will require the involvement of the labs in confirmation of cases will be assured that at least they can offer that support. So when others are designing studies or we are designing studies, we should take this into account and involve the labs. I know, for example, the trial going on in Benin, they are looking into the labs, working with the labs in the confirmation of cases. There is another study that might come up looking at Taliseberg or the Q203. Again, when that kicks off, we will involve the network labs in countries where the study can be done. So these are some of the points that I think we can reflect on as the contribution and the role of the network in different treatment studies.
I remember we discussed that yesterday. One of the challenges we have in our hospital is after skin grafting. within 2 weeks, the wound collapsed again. So, and we discussed that yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, so you're talking about studies that could look at
What actually that the problem or whatever that happened to the wound, why would it just collapse? Probably after 2 months that the patient got healed and was discharged.
Okay, so
He or she
looking
comes
at,
back again after 2 weeks with the same open wound again.
so looking at factors that cause prolonged wound healing.
Yes.
That is the point, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so those are relevant questions, things that prolong wound healing.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been looking at a few of those, but I know there are still more questions than answers regarding causes of prolonged wound healing.
Okay.
So I think there are areas that can be looked into.
Okay, thank you.
So there we said the role of the networks will be providing diagnostics for treatment studies
For
and
treatment
being
study.
involved in such studies. Yeah, absolutely. So
Even if it is not BU, even if it's on other studies, like currently on yours, as long as they know that we have a capable network, whatever the disease, whatever the study, we can be involved and provide the laboratory support. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. I think at this point, Sarah is looking at my face, so I know that I have to close the group so we can go for lunch. So I want to say thank you to all of you for contributing. I think, yes, there's a last point. I'll give Prof the last point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this nice and elegant exercise to bring ideas for research collaboration. May have an idea that any group, any individual may post an idea for research proposal in the website, and people then can discuss it and they can see how they can collaborate in this. By this, you can get a lot of ideas, a lot of projects, and then you can go forward. For example, anybody can come with idea about transmission, about diagnosis, about whatever, and then everybody who is interested will join the discussion, and eventually people will come with a very good proposal, and the proposal can be taken to funding, and eventually going to have a good science and a good research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as a network, we can move forward to present our own applications through that approach by receiving various ideas through our website. We can create an area where such discussions could happen. It could be a restricted area, but members can discuss such topics, and then it can help us in moving forward to put applications together. So on that note, I want to say a big thank you to all of you for helping to make this session a success. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think you did more than I was expecting. So it was a really fruitful session with a really good exchange. So I will add the last point from Professor Fahal. I think we have to change our mind now and more think as a network and see how we can better share all our collaborative opportunities. So we have 1 hour break for lunch, and so we will come back. Time to us to finalize with recommendation and action points we have to read for the end of the meeting. So bon appétit. With me, my the Deputy General Manager for Central Pasteur, who come to with us for the conclusion. So, so I think she will give us a small word at the end. So we keep her with us for the lunch so that she will stay until the end of the meeting. If she say her word now, she told me that she is busy. So she will stay with us until the end of the meeting. So we can welcome her.
Mon maïs sont déjà partis.
Après la lecture des points d'action, Dr. Kingsley et mon directeur général adjoint vont vous remettre les certificats de chaque laboratoire. Et je crois qu'on fera un mot de conclusion, un mot du CPC par la voix du directeur général adjoint et un mot de l'OMS par la voix de Dr. Nomzo. Merci. So, action, les points clés. Next slide, please. Non. OK. Nous avons fait les points d'action pour le centre de coordination, pour les membres du réseau, pour le programme national, les programmes nationaux. On en a fait pour les bailleurs et aussi pour l'OMS. Donc, en ce qui concerne le centre de coordination, donc, au vu des discussions que nous avons eues, il faudrait que nous poursuivons la coordination des activités pour améliorer la visibilité et ce qui permettra de mettre en place une stratégie de communication. Comme nous avons discuté ensemble, il faut une procédure pour l'utilisation des réseaux sociaux. Et bien sûr, on va se baser sur, on ne va pas réinventer la roue. L'OMS, d'autres institutions ont déjà des procédures. Donc, nous allons essayer d'adapter une procédure qui convienne pour les membres du réseau. Nous avons tous révisé les procédures actuelles. Comme on l'a dit, il n'y avait pas de grands points. Donc, le centre de coordination doit finaliser les petites révisions, vous les partagez et ensuite diffuser comme nouvelle procédure en cours. Comme nous l'avons discuté, nous devons mettre en place des certificats pour le contrôle de qualité externe. Et donc, ceci sera fait à la suite, puisque tous les résultats ont été reçus là et sont en cours. On a finalisé l'analyse, donc vous allez recevoir les certificats du contrôle de qualité externe. Et également, il y a les rapports. Nous avons reçu tous les rapports des experts sur l'évaluation des laboratoires. Donc, il faudrait déjà que, je pense, avant que vous ne repartiez, on va voir avec nous pour tout à l'heure, pour ceux qui n'ont pas reçu leur rapport, que ce rapport soit fait, que ces rapports soient partagés. Mais en plus, nous allons faire un rapport global en ressortant les éléments clés que nous avons partagés pendant la réunion. Donc, nous allons suivre l'harmonisation des procédures pour l'intégration des autres maladies tropicales négligées. Comme l'OMS l'a précisé, ça va être sous la responsabilité ou bien la collaboration des autres laboratoires qui sont experts dans ces maladies. Il est question de continuer soit des cours de recyclage, mais nous pensons qu'il faudrait qu'on propose une stratégie de formation qui va prendre en compte les différentes priorités d'intégration et de discuter avec l'advisory board, le comité consultatif, pour pouvoir valider une stratégie. Nous allons avoir aussi pour tâche de poursuivre, de promouvoir toute la recherche collaborative. Nous avons promis d'avoir en ligne une petite fiche qui permet la collecte et la synthèse des données, de standardiser une data sharing agreement ou de material sharing agreement pour améliorer les activités de collaboration au sein du réseau et aussi d'encourager les meilleures pratiques et de prendre en considération tout ce qui est considération ou exigence éthique. Donc, voilà résumé. Please. OK, voilà résumé globalement. Je pense qu'on a essayé de prendre en compte l'ensemble des remarques. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que nous avons laissé de côté un point important? OK. Donc, pour les membres du réseau maintenant. Next slide, please. Donc, les membres du réseau, tels que nous avons discuté, doivent vraiment s'engager dans les activités de visibilité du réseau, en considérant toutes les activités détaillées que nous avons listées ensemble pendant les échanges de groupe, et aussi en considérant la stratégie de communication qui va être mise en place. Chaque membre du réseau doit s'engager, bien sûr, vous l'utilisez déjà, mais vous devez toujours continuer à utiliser les procédures standardisées qui sont mises à jour. Nous devons de notre côté, en tant que laboratoire, améliorer la collaboration avec les programmes nationaux et à inciter les réunions en interne dans nos pays pour que, au niveau de l'OMS, on ait toujours les données harmonisées. En tant que membre du réseau, nous devons participer au contrôle de qualité externe qui est mis en place. Nous devons collaborer avec le centre de coordination dans tout ce qui va être mis en place dans le cadre de l'intégration des autres maladies tropicales négligées. Et pour les laboratoires qui ont déjà les protocoles disponibles, que ce soit pour le PIAN, la lèpre, la leishmaniose, que ces procédures soient envoyées au centre de coordination qui va se charger de travailler avec les laboratoires spécialisés dans ces maladies pour arriver à avoir des procédures harmonisées qui seront utilisées par l'ensemble des laboratoires. Nous-mêmes, nous devons faire un effort pour qu'il y ait de la collaboration entre les membres du laboratoire et nous devons également partager toutes les opportunités de collaboration qui nous viennent. Je pense que c'est un point qui a été largement discuté, surtout étant donné que parfois, même dans les études que nous menons, nous avons des difficultés pour collecter de manière prospective les échantillons nécessaires. Et bien sûr, en tant que membre du réseau, nous devons reporter à temps les différentes données au programme, mais également au niveau du centre de coordination. Voilà, lister quelques points pour les membres du réseau. Alors, les recommandations pour les programmes nationaux, de leur côté aussi, c'est de collaborer avec leur laboratoire, mais ne pas hésiter à revenir vers le centre de coordination également du BU LABNET. Et les programmes nationaux, tels qu'on l'a dit, même pour la recherche, même pour mieux comprendre la cartographie des maladies, doivent vraiment promouvoir la recherche active des cas dans les communautés, transférer les échantillons au niveau des membres du réseau. Comme on l'a dit, on va mettre en place aussi des systèmes de conservation. On va essayer de mieux collaborer pour arriver à faire l'identification complète et ne plus garder les échantillons en considérant qu'ils sont négatifs. Pour les partenaires, la liste va être plus longue un peu plus tard et plus détaillée d'ailleurs, mais, globalement, nous attendons vraiment leur appui, leur accompagnement, leur support pour le centre de coordination pour que nous puissions atteindre tous les objectifs. D'abord sur la visibilité, pour le développement de tous les documents standards, que ce soit des procédures, que ce soit les data sharing agreements, que ce soit tout ce qui va être dans la conservation des souches, nous aurons besoin de leur soutien, et même dans la coordination des études scientifiques qui pourront émaner au niveau du centre de collaboration. Et eux aussi peuvent nous aider à explorer d'autres financements additionnels pour permettre de maintenir, d'étendre les activités du réseau de leur côté, parce qu'actuellement, on a l'impression que le réseau risquerait de s'arrêter en 2024, mais nous espérons qu'avec leur accompagnement, nous sommes un réseau qui va durer, et eux aussi peuvent nous aider, comme on l'a dit, d'aller vers d'autres réseaux. Certainement, eux ils soutiennent aussi d'autres réseaux et peuvent faciliter notre intégration dans d'autres réseaux pour nous rendre encore plus visibles et plus forts. Donc, l'OMS doit continuer la sensibilisation, d'attirer l'attention, de montrer le réseau BU LABNET à tous les niveaux, dès que la possibilité se présente. Nous comptons sur l'OMS pour le plaidoyer permettant de supporter nos activités, de les accompagner comme il le fait actuellement, de participer au partage d'expériences avec les autres réseaux de laboratoires, paludisme, parasitose, tuberculose. Il y a déjà d'autres réseaux de laboratoires. Donc, ce partage d'expériences peut être important. Et donc, de faciliter la formation à travers le centre de coordination. Et comme on l'a dit, on va faire une stratégie de formation entraînant en compte pas seulement sur l'UCED Bourli, mais l'intégration des autres maladies négligées. OK. Je pense que it was the last slide. OK. Donc, merci beaucoup. Voici les quelques points que nous avons relevés et qui seront mis sous forme d'un rapport qui sera partagé et dont vous aurez encore l'occasion de revoir et de corriger. Mais s'il y a un point que vous jugez important, n'hésitez pas à le relever. Bon, la salle est calme, donc on peut applaudir alors pour... Donc, je vais laisser Kingsley pour diriger la remise des certificats.
Before then, let me say a few things. First of all, I think we must clap for the Pasteur Institute for organizing this meeting. I think if you have been involved in organization of any meeting, to attend as a participant is very easy. But to be an organizer of a meeting, it's a lot of work. So to bring all of us here before the fish I have eaten in Yaoundé and all the food we have eaten here, we cannot but be very appreciative of their efforts, their devotion, and dedication to the work that they have been carrying out. Next year, we will meet in Ghana at the Noguchi Institute for the first part of the meeting. And then we will carry out field visit, which will take us to Kumasi, to the Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research on Tropical Medicine, and also to expose you to the richness of Ghana. Yeah. So again, the dates will be 23 to 28 of October 2023. We'll first spend the first 3 days in Accra, and then on Thursday, the 25th, I think, we'll travel to Kumasi, and then we'll have some program at the KCCR where Dr. Phillips is. And then see a bit of Kumasi, which is a very cultural city in Ghana. So please put this on your agenda, the dates, unless there is a coup d'etat in Ghana, it will not change, yes. Yeah, or COVID, yes, or COVID. Well, I think when you look at the first slide, there are so many. Numfo, can you go back, please? Yeah, there are so many activities that the coordinating center is supposed to do. The people there are not full-time members. They are doing this just on the side of their main activity for which they work for the Pasteur Institute. So let us also, together with the partners here, think about how we can strengthen human resource capacity of the coordinating center so that they can deliver on so many things that they are supposed to deliver. It's very, very important. And also, it's not only human resource, they also need logistics that they can work with. So we will discuss and see what are their essential needs and how we as WHO and partners can support them. Then there was a point on collaboration. Yes, as the new British Prime Minister told the Conservative Party, unite or die. Either we unite or we die. So either we collaborate or we die. Yeah. I think there are many opportunities for us to work together. In research and in science, there's always competition, but sometimes those competitions are not healthy enough. So let us find a way to collaborate so that different studies that come up can be implemented in different countries of the member labs. That will also help us to build capacity in the different countries where these labs are. If we concentrate all the research work in 1 or 2 countries, we will not expand capacity to other countries. So let us also look into that. And finally, I think WHO has recently also focused on lab aspect, knowing that to reach the MDGs and the health-related goals by 2030, laboratory strengthening and capacity are essential. So I will reach out to those who are currently involved in the lab and let them know what we are also doing in order to be able to expand our partnership with other organizations, other departments within the organization. Well, I think we have made progress since 2019, and in the absence of any COVID challenges, we should be able to make further progress going forward. Our main challenge is with National Control Program's ability to enhance case detection and provide quality samples to the lab. That aspect also need to be highlighted, because you can equip and strengthen the lab, but as we have seen from the data, without samples, the labs cannot do anything. So let us work with all national programs to help improve the situation. On this note, again, I thank the Pasteur Institute, our colleagues in Cameroon, the Ministry of Health, our partners who have in diverse ways contributed to the success of this meeting. Thank you very much. Is the certificates to the various institutions present here. We'll do it at the center. I hope the photographer is around to capture all the presentations. Okay. Anyway, people have seen my picture on the different platforms and they're asking what is my title in Cameroon.
they can hear you.
Pastor Institute in Cote d'Ivoire. Cameroon. Okay. Who is collecting for Cameroon, please? Yeah. All right. Okay. Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, University of Ghana, Accra, Ghana. National Public Health Institute of Liberia, National Reference Laboratory. Okay. Institute of Maman. Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of the Congo. St. Joseph's Hospital in Nigeria. Okay, so the last lab, when you are the last to receive, it means you have all the attention. What does it mean? Tonight, we're going to buy all the beer. Everybody, don't go when we close. Okay, the West African Center for Cell Biology.
C'est quoi l'ordre? Donc, un mot du... Tu diras un mot, le dernier mot, c'est toi le Cameroun. Donc, après un mot du docteur Nomzo et quelques mots du docteur Nji.
Yes. Representative of the Minister of Health, representative of WHO, Afro, Geneva, representative of American Leprosy Mission, representative of Anesvald Foundation, dear experts of neglected diseases of the skin. Let me try to speak in English. I will try for two reasons. First of all, Cameroon is a bilingual country, so I have to speak in the second language as I'm French speaking originally. And the second reason is that it makes me feel more intelligent speaking in English. So first of all, I would like to apologize for myself and the general manager of Centre Pasteur, Dr. Miedat Kazanji, as we could not assist at the opening ceremony. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I've seen how you are kind. You have been very kind with me when I came. So I am Dr. Suzanne Bellinga, the Deputy General Manager of Centre Pasteur. And I would like to thank donors who made this meeting possible. American Leprosy Mission, Fondation Raoul Folero, Anesvald, and I'd apologize if I forget someone. And dear participants, I've seen that you have had 3 days of intensive work to move the lines of diagnosis of Bowley ulcer and other neglected skin diseases. So I would like to thank you for that, and you can applaud for yourself. I also appreciate your effort to work in a network, and this effort and the network makes your advocacy more visible. During these 3 days, I hope you have also enjoyed Cameroonian hospitality and its gastronomy. And I will not hand my few words without saying a particular thanks to someone I've met 20 years ago. And as a young scientist, she gets involved in Buruli ulcer diagnosis. She implemented the test in the Mycobacteria lab of Central Pasteur du Cameroon. She did not stop there. She shared her experience with other African countries by organizing international courses with the support of the Pasteur Network. She is still very committed, as you can see, and you know her dynamism. She's here with us, so let's thank Dr. Sarah Eyango. Really thanks for all the work you have done till now and for organizing this international meeting. So long live to Buruli ulcer Network. Thank you.
Merci Sarah de me passer la parole. Chers collègues, vous avez suivi avec beaucoup d'intérêt le mot d'accueil de M. le représentant de l'OMS au Cameroun. Il m'a chargé, compte tenu de son indisponibilité, de vous souhaiter à tous et à toutes un bon retour dans vos pays respectifs. Il aurait souhaité vous écouter si le séjour en terre camerounaise a été bien, mais il propose aux organisateurs, puisque vous avez encore une journée, celle de demain, de voir comment vous pouvez la ville. On est venu vous loger dans cet îlot pour vous permettre de bien travailler en toute sérénité. Il ne me reste qu'à vous souhaiter bon retour et que Dieu vous protège.
I am not, but since I'm opportune to talk, so I have to talk. To start with, I want to thank God first for the safe journey, and I hope and believe that He that brought us here will take us home to our different countries in Jesus' name. I cannot express my heart's thanks, and I hope I'm speaking the mind of every other person here. Dr. Kingsley, or Prof, as God may wish, God will continue to bless you, Dr. Sarah, Prof, Philip, and every other person. I think I came here, I've made friends, but I want us to believe one thing. To plan is not easy, just as you said. We came, yesterday we were taken out, even it was at the night, but we saw part of Cameroon, and the interpreter over there, he showed us so many places. There was one man he called, I can't remember that name. If I should, I will bite my tongue. So we are happy, and our promise by His grace, there is hardly anything we can do as a human being without the grace of God. We shall continue to work, and at the end users who is our patients, they will be happy, and ourselves will be happier. We ask God for wisdom to you people. Professor Kingsley, Dr. Yango, then my good friend, Hyacinth. Anytime you chat or you call him, he's always on seat. He will answer to your maybe WhatsApp or whatsoever. At least finally, I've made friends here. Thank God that next year meeting will be in Ghana. To my left is my good friend and so many other people I will not call. So, and I have a Hausa speaking my friend here, because I was born in the north. So if I want to continue, my people will say, you will continue to talk and talk and talk, because there are so many to talk, but the few are spoken. I think I have spoken the mind of everybody. May God continue to bless us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
This microphone is working. Uh, okay, usually it is very difficult to be the last speaker after many eminent people have spoken. I want to be very grateful to God for this meeting that has taken place in Cameroon. We are proud as Cameroonians that the meeting has been hosted by us. And I'm sure everyone who is here present has been able to enjoy the legendary hospitality of Cameroon. I want to say many thanks to Dr. Sarah Yango and the Central Pastor team for the organization. I want to thank all the partners for the support. I may not name them here, but I will single out the Leprosy Mission. I will single out the WHO through Kingsley and his team, and all the other partners that have supported in one way or the other for this meeting to happen. Many things have been discussed here in the last 3 days, and you could measure from the depth. You could measure the depth of all the discussions that have taken place here through the recommendations that were just read. And from those recommendations, you can as well measure the workload that is left for the network to carry out. And that shows growth. The network is probably 4 years old. We could say it is a toddler and still probably taking soft food, maybe has just been weaned from breast milk, but it's a healthy toddler which promise to grow from strength to strength. So we, as Cameroonians and on behalf of the Ministry of Public Health, will wish better days ahead or better years ahead for the lab work and for the collaboration and for extension of collaboration to other collaborating centers, as we have heard, as we are embracing more entities into this originally Buruli Ulcer network, laboratory network. We have taken commitments as the network members under the coordination of the coordinating center, Central Pastor of Cameroon. And I can only hope that with this collaboration and with each party playing his or her own part, we are going to see better days ahead of us. To end, I can only join the other speakers that have spoken before me to wish all of you a safe trip back to your various countries and wish that you will meet your loved ones in good health.
long live collaborative activities between the laboratory activities in Africa, the laboratory centers in Africa, and long live international collaboration to move the skin NCD's agenda forward in an integrated manner. Thank you.